Good morning. Good morning and welcome everyone, both present here in the room with me and watching online. We are gathered here to continue our consideration of the 8th Amendment of the Constitution. This meeting marks a halfway mark in our considerations of the first topic the Houses of the Oireachtas has tasked us with, that is to say, the 8th Amendment. The previous 2 weeks have provided us with an overview of the factual background to and a solid grounding in the legal, medical and ethical considerations that surround this controversial constitutional provision. We have gained an understanding of the legal principles applicable to what is a complex area of Irish law. We have heard from medical professionals about the complicated area of healthcare around pregnancy. We have also had our assumptions challenged by the presentation of the moral and ethical arguments on both sides of the debate. We will continue to build on all of this at this meeting. This weekend's agenda, which as always demands our fullest attention, is reflective of the work programme proposed by the members at our first weekend and the ongoing feedback and communications with them. I've taken on board the issues members would like to hear being discussed and the information they need to help them to come to a greater understanding of the topic before them. As always, this feedback is taken alongside the work being done by the Secretariat, who are here today, and also our expert advisory group, who are here today also, and to whom I'm very, very grateful. Now, I want to explain the current position in relation to submissions. That's submissions by members of the public. This morning, unlike the other weekends, we're going to go into private session immediately after this address, whereupon members will spend 45 minutes discussing the submissions the Assembly has received. In fact, the Assembly has received in excess of 13,500 submissions on this topic, both by post and online. The members were eager to incorporate the submissions in their considerations. To assist with this, and following requests from the members themselves, the Secretariat generated a random sample of 300 submissions, which sample was circulated to the members in advance of this meeting. Apart from that, many members have been reading the submissions online as they are being published. A copy of the sample, together with a note of the methodology which was used to select it, will be made available on the website. So that should happen later today. Yeah. And we have given the members the random submissions random selection of submissions in hard copy, and I have to say it's quite a heavy tome. This morning, when we go into private session shortly, the members will debate and discuss what they have read to date in relation to the submissions. I would like to take the opportunity again to thank everyone who has made a submission. It was a demonstration of genuine engagement, not only from advocacy and interest groups in this space, but from members of the public submitting their views and often personal experiences as private individuals. This is undoubtedly a topic on which many people possess very strong opinions. The Secretariat continues to work tirelessly to ensure all submissions are made available to view online. The Secretariat has been reading each and every one prior to publication. They are being published on a rolling basis on the website and are available to view in chronological order from the date received. I should mention that following the decision made at the last meeting, all submissions received from advocacy groups and other interest or representative bodies have been published out of date sequence at the request of the members, and they are all online at the moment. Similarly, personal stories received from women and their families with experience of the 8th Amendment are also in the process of being prioritised for publication. As of this morning, there are over 7,500 submissions available to view on the website. I would encourage anyone with an interest in this topic to read a sample just to get a sense of the type of issues that are being raised and that we have to consider. The public session will resume after we consider the submissions, and that will be at about 10:45. Now, I just want to say something about what will occur this weekend. Later this morning, we will take a look at the international position with regard to abortion. Members have sought further information on this, and so we invited Gilda Sledge from Guttmacher Institute in the USA to address this topic. Following this, and again at the request of the members, we will look more closely at the United Kingdom and the experience there. We will be joined by Patricia Lohr, Clinical Director at British Pregnancy Advisory Service, and Peter Thompson, Consultant in Fetal Medicine from Birmingham Women's and Children's NHS Foundation Trust. I would say more about each of these speakers, what each of these speakers have been asked to address immediately before the next session starts, the next public session, that is. This afternoon, we will look at the area of rape. In the first session, we will be joined by Dr. Maeve Ogan from the Sexual Assault Treatment Unit in the Rotunda Hospital and Noeline Blackwell from the Dublin Rape Crisis Centre. They will provide us with information around the medical and care path issues for women who are victims of rape and the potential consequences involving pregnancy. It is important to say that Dr. Ogan and Ms. Blackwell will not be advocating for an exception for rape within the current legal regime, but will simply be providing us with factual details of the treatment of a woman who presents in such a situation. And then Tony O'Malley from NUI Galway will discuss the current law on rape. He will address in broad terms the issues which may arise if termination of pregnancy were to be permitted as a grounds, were to be permitted on the grounds of rape. Tomorrow morning, our rescheduled second ethics discussion will take place. In January, the moral status of the fetus was looked at. This time, the reproductive autonomy of the woman is being addressed. Dr. Joan McCarthy from UCC will present the pro-choice arguments, and Dr. Donal O'Mahony from DCU will present the pro-life arguments. We have specifically requested that our speakers present the two opposing perspectives to us, reflecting the approach we took at the January meeting, as you will recollect. Finally, this weekend's proceedings will conclude with a presentation from Professor Gerard Bury from UCD about the regulation of the medical profession and relevant issues arising in that context, including conscientious objection. He will speak about what can sometimes be a conflict between the law of the state and the regulation of a profession, and in this case, of the medical profession. The agenda for the weekend is available to view online, and all of our speakers' papers for the Assembly and their accompanying slideshows will become available on our website throughout the course of the weekend. I would encourage all of you watching outside this room to continue to do so, as we are generating a detailed body of information on this topic, which I hope will be of value beyond the life of the Assembly, particularly to the Oireachtas Committee, which in due course will consider the report and the recommendations of the Assembly. All material that is given to members is also available to the general public on our website. That's www.citizensassembly.ie. And we're doing that in the interests of openness and fairness, two of the Assembly's key principles. So, in conclusion, I'll just remind you that we're now going into private session for 45 minutes, and that during the private session, the members will discuss the submissions we've received from members of the public and from advocacy groups. We will be live again at 10:45 a.m. Thank you very much.
Deine
Start now the feedback. Can you all hear? Very good. Just to recapitulate, the Assembly members who are sitting here have spent the last 45 minutes discussing the submissions received by the Assembly, and they've been given a random sample of 300 submissions to aid that discussion. And I mentioned earlier that they got them in hard copy, and I mentioned that it was a rather heavy tome. That's it. Also, I just want to mention that there were some, to start, for people who weren't here, there were some conversation starters. And they're there on the screen, and they're just, if you like, prompts to get the conversation going. But I just thought people who aren't here who weren't here at the back of the room or who are watching online would be interested in that. That was the way we got the conversation started. Now, what I'm going to do is to call on the facilitators at each table to summarise the key topics which have emerged at each table. If necessary, I might ask the facilitators to elaborate on any of the points raised, and if necessary, the members themselves can join in the discussion. So I'm going to kick things off by starting this time with table 14 at the back of the room.
Thank you, Judge. It was the general view at this table that in terms of the submissions, they encountered a lot of what they described as largely unprovable information that was presented as fact. That was very difficult to substantiate in any way, and they had a concern that that would be an issue going forward in terms of not being overly helpful to the process.
Yes.
There was also a feeling that on both sides, there's a rather polarized view on both sides that didn't reflect the nuance of the very complicated situation that the 8th presents. And that a lot of arguments on both sides were more emotive than factual or helpful. And that summarises the view at this table.
Thank you very much. And then table 13.
I'm the facilitator for table 13. The views of the citizens from this table, in terms of general comments, they welcomed getting the random sample to see the collated and printed responses. A number of the citizens commented that they hadn't had enough time to read it. One member indicated that she had read 500 submissions from the web, and some were balanced. That many of the submissions were from vested interests. In relation to the contents of the submissions, it was noted by the citizens that there was nothing surprising in them, that there were strong views from both sides being expressed rather than balanced arguments, and that the presentation of the arguments were black and white rather than the grey, nuanced. That there was a lot of repetition in the submissions with the changing of the words, and the citizens requested if it would be possible to get a percentage of the repetition submissions.
Yeah.
There was a lot of religious ethos in the submissions, for example, thou shalt not kill, and the citizens requested if you were to take the religious submissions out of the submissions, what would be left? One citizen commented that he wasn't clear how submissions were made. For example, he was a member of a trade union, and the trade union had made a submission, and he was a member and he hadn't been involved in that submission. There was zero respect for individual cases made in the submissions. For example, male in the equation, and how do you legislate for the individuals. In relation to arguments, the members noted page 53 of the submission. I won't name the person who made the submission. And should a group of cells have the same right as a woman? There was another paper referenced regarding describing from conception to implantation. that was noted. The members at the table also noted that a lot of reference was made to the 1 or 2% of cases such as fetal fatal abnormalities, rape, incest and teenage pregnancies, which amount for 1 to 2%, and they would like to see a broader discussion. Linking into what the previous table, there was a question presented as to what are scientific facts, and a number of references were made to scientific facts, and were they provable? And then in terms of arguments that hadn't been heard was in relation to is Ireland a Catholic country or a secular state, and they'd like to hear more of that. Does that reflect?
Very good. I hear what you say about the repetition. In relation to the submissions that came by post, it's very obvious. They're very obvious. It's not so obvious in relation to the submissions we got online, but that is something we're looking into. I mean, and I suspect we will be in a position to give a clear idea as to the percentage of repetition we have in the overall range of submissions. So I'll go on now to table 12.
Good morning. Facilitator for table 12. Of the 5 members of table 12, 3 have an absolute objection to the use of the word murder. However, 2 members agree with its use, but are not quite sure at what stage of a termination it would be deemed to be murder. And that was the main point from table 12.
Then we'll go on to table 11.
And the citizens on table 11. A number were very surprised as they read through some of the submissions at what was actually involved in medical termination procedures. That is to say that they didn't have an understanding of it before, and they found some of the information obviously quite graphic and difficult. A number of citizens were also very surprised at the number of individuals who took the time to make submissions accounting for their own personal experiences, often some very, very difficult ones. One member was quite taken back by the large number of submissions from religious organisations. And finally, the excuse me, the sheer volume of submissions has kind of brought home to everybody the amount of public engagement across the nation, and it demonstrates the importance of this Citizens' Assembly, its process, and the responsibility that it brings to bear on the people involved.
Thank you very much. We're now going to table 10.
Thank you. I'm the facilitator for table 10. This table also felt that it might have been easier to process the 237 pages of documentation if the repetition had been avoided, and perhaps those who had made these submissions, it would have been a preferable option to have had some form of petition with a list of names representing that submission. This table found that it was notable that there were so many college votes taken, and that of the younger generation, the general view seemed to be more liberal. This table also found that the personal stories were very brave and very helpful. Just 1 or 2 of note. One young girl, she couldn't afford to travel and she took the abortion pill, and she felt that she was dying but that she couldn't go to her GP because she would be asking her GP to break the law and assisting her, and in the end her flatmates had to help her. Another man had been born in a mother and baby's home, and he felt that had abortion been possible, he would never have been born. And yet one member of this table made the point that, well, if contraception hadn't been available, or had been available at the time she was born, she may never have been born. So this perhaps wasn't a sufficient argument. To repeat the comment of table 13, the submission of one lady that how could a group of cells have the same status as a woman was observed or noted in the overall submissions. Another comment on the overall submissions was that there were a number of lovely submissions from people whose family or who had family members with Down syndrome, and this was found to be a good thing, but perhaps not the central issue of what was required to be discussed. In that I felt that if abortion was available on a more liberal basis, that the societal viewpoint in Ireland would still be that children with Down syndrome would still be born regardless. Another comment made at this table was that it was surprising the demographic of issue, in that there were a higher proportion of married women with children who had abortions rather than single mothers on their first pregnancy, and it had been thought that the demographic that we were dealing with was a much younger demographic, but that it was surprising that this is in fact not the case. Just two more comments on the overall submissions. One submission was noted from a 39-year-old lady who felt that she had never been allowed to choose. The Eighth Amendment was adopted in 1983, so anybody under the age of 51 simply hasn't had a chance to choose on this issue, and she felt that societal attitudes in Ireland had changed. And finally, there was a point that it was felt some pro-life comments thought that what was going to happen through this process was that we were going to change the constitution, whereas if anything, the citizens would decide to change the constitution, but if anything, what would happen would be that the citizens might suggest a referendum, and in that case, everybody would have the freedom to decide at that point. So this process isn't to make a decision on behalf of everybody, it's to decide how to let others make a decision.
Yes, well, that is the case. We're just making recommendations at the request of both houses of the Oireachtas. It would be for the Oireachtas and then perhaps for the people in a referendum to make the final decision. But in any event, I just would like to say in relation to the repetition, this was a random selection, and we have outlined the methodology involved in choosing the submissions we chose, the 300 we chose, and that will be online if anybody wants to look at it. We'll now move on to table 9.
Thank you. It was the view of the citizens at table 9 that, again, there was a lot of repetition, but and also agree with table 14 that the emotiveness made it very difficult. One member felt getting through the submissions that they would bypass the ones that were very emotive and emotional because it was hard to get through anything factual, that it was mostly just emotion. They also felt that the stories had much more impact, that had anecdotal parts of them, rather than just the core information, although it was not enough to sway anyone else's opinion. One member thought that the website should have a mission statement as to whether the Assembly is what the Assembly
Sorry, would you repeat that, please?
is doing and informing the public of the purpose, because several members had expressed that there was some confusion what their role was in this Assembly.
Sorry, Danielle, can I just clarify? Do you mean,
I'm sorry?
Can I just clarify, with the confusion that you're articulating, is the confusion coming through in the submissions as opposed to confusion at the table about the role of the Assembly?
There was there was confusion in general of friends and neighbours and people like that had asked them what they were doing and thought that they were actually deciding whether or not law was going to be changed or whatever, that they were supposed to arrive at something dispositive rather than just as a forum to understand these issues.
Thanks, Danielle.
Yeah. And there was a feeling that women have more understanding personally of this issue. That was unanimous. And the last thing was that everyone seemed unanimous that getting support for disabilities would be an important part of the decision whether or not to abort, because obviously whether or not they could bring a child into the world and they would have the support of the Irish government would, you know, be a big consideration for them in terms of the moral consideration as well as the practical consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, table 8.
Thank you, Judge. The citizens at table 8 were of the view that the submissions were the same polarised views as always. Some of them presented from a strident religious perspective and unsympathetic, and others presented from a legal basis. It was the view that the submissions on both sides of the argument were absent any well-constructed arguments. In relation to the surprises from the submission, there were 2 referenced. One was the number of overseas submissions, and the citizens at this table were wondering, is there a number? Do we know how many submissions there were from overseas, or what percentage of the total there were?
We don't know at this stage. It's probably possible.
I'm not sure if it will be possible to get a definitive number on that, because in some cases you might be guessing from the email address, for example. So it may not be it may be difficult to actually get an accurate figure on that.
Okay, thanks, Sharon. And the other surprise was the number of submissions from men, and it was the view that they were largely unsympathetic towards women. It was also a surprise was the predominance of submissions on the pro-life side that were submitted from individuals. In terms of what was new from the submissions, or interesting, was the experience of the women who had to travel, and those experiences were found to be very informative. A final question was, were there any submissions that actually proposed workable solutions to the issue?
Well, I don't think we're in a position to answer that at this stage. I mean, this is not the end of the road in relation to the submissions, and we will be looking at what use we can make of the submissions further. This is just, if you like, an opening session in relation to submissions. But it's useful to have that question. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Judge.
Table 7.
Table 7. The point raised by the citizens at our table that there were lots of similar submissions.
Yes.
And our table, the table, we were surprised at how many personal submissions were made. And there was nothing in the pro-life, pro-choice argument that surprised the citizens at this table. Some citizens were surprised at how personal some of the submissions were and the diversity of circumstances where abortion was involved.
Thank you very much. And now it's table 6. I think we've got the message about the repetition, and time is running out, so we'll take that as proven, so that we can save some time.
So these are the views that were expressed by the members of the table, and again there was mixed views expressed. A member of the table highlighted a submission that they'd found online that wasn't included within the book, and it was titled Life Against Abortion, and they felt that this should be read by everyone, that was of vital importance. Another member highlighted a submission they'd found online from the EAI, and they also felt this was of importance. In terms of the random sample, a member discussed the submission from the Green Party. They felt this was well balanced, and they said importantly it looked at how the world might look post-repeal, and they felt this was of importance. A member of the table also expressed interest on the first social laws brought in by Hitler in relation to abortion, and they found this of surprise or of interest when going through the submissions. It was also highlighted by a member of the table that there was a sense that there was more pro-life submissions within the random sample than pro-choice. And it was also expressed by a member of the table that they were surprised by the very large number of submissions that were made. And that's the main points from the
Very good.
table.
Thank you very much. And again, I emphasise this is a random sample. It doesn't mean we're ignoring the other submissions. Table 5 now.
Thank you, Judge. These are some of the views from the table here. I might just start off by saying that they kind of felt that they needed table 8. There was so much variation and discussion, they thought they might have their own table. But apart from that, they expressed no surprise that there was no solutions put forward in the document, although some of the views here took into account that the document that we were looking at didn't really come up with any solutions. There weren't really any arguments, but they felt that the idea of the views that were expressed by the public at large were very valuable in regard to giving each citizen an opportunity to express their views on the very sensitive topic that we're talking about. Some members suggested that the law can't stay the way it is. And I think overall the views were pretty divisive along the different types of argument. That's all we've got to say at the moment.
Very good. Thank you very much. Table 4, please. Oh, it's over on this side.
Thank you, Justice Laffoy. The discussion at this table was along very similar lines to what we've already heard. So what I just might say is it was the unanimous opinion of the citizens at this table that there was nothing in the submissions that surprised the citizens. It was also the unanimous opinion of the citizens that there were no arguments presented by either side that the citizens had not encountered before. However, one citizen felt that it was important to note the submission from a mental health advocacy group, which highlighted the need for new or strengthened laws in the Capacity Making Act 2015 for persons with intellectual disabilities, that only in the case or the event of a repeal of the 8th, that these laws needed to be reformed at the same time. And I felt that was a very important point that needed to be made. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. That will be noted. Thank you. Table 3.
Thank you, Judge Laffoy. In relation to the repetition, I know we've discussed it, but the citizens at this table did note that the postal submissions were very, very pro-life. Almost all the postal submissions were pro-life, and they wondered, was this a reflection on the demographic of people submitting by post over the internet? The citizens felt that the submissions of first-hand personal experience were a lot more helpful to them in forming their views. They felt that the medical community in some incidents are afraid to make decisions because they don't know where they stand legally. They were very surprised by people comparing abortion to the Holocaust, and they felt that there was a lot of misinformation in the submissions, and that there needs to be better education, or sexual education and reproduction education for both men and women. They would like to hear more from somebody who has who have children with disabilities and what supports are in place for them. And another thing that came up was they would like to hear from other countries where it's illegal to have abortion and what the reasoning is behind that. And that's the submissions from the citizens at Table 3.
Well, we'll take on board those suggestions. Thank you. Table 2.
So, without wanting to repeat a lot of what's been said already today, so our Table 2, felt that the random sample we have here didn't really seem representative of the balance of views that we've experienced thus far in the Assembly. It appears to be heavily weighted towards the pro-life view. We didn't feel we got much from the pre-printed repetitive submissions. There was a sense that there was more value placed on a line or two of a personal email than the repetition of the pre-printed submissions. And then just a note would be, we would like to see and I don't think this is available yet, but when it is available, we would like to see just on a data sheet, the entire submissions, which percent, which of the entire submissions, where on the side of the argument, percentage-wise, did the submissions lie? Like of the 13,500, how many were pro-life and how many were pro-choice? And do we have that data? Thanks.
Well, we'll consider that, but it's very doubtful whether that could be done.
Okay.
But
Okay.
we'll definitely consider it.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Table 1 then.
Thank you. This table was unanimous in expressing the view that in general the pro-life submissions offered no solutions and they didn't analyse or address the true complexities of the situation. This table was also unanimous in expressing surprise that the phenomenon of the ordering of abortifacient drugs online did not feature more prominently in the submissions. However, several members of this table had read one personal submission of a young lady who had done so and had experienced complications and the difficulty she felt in accessing medical services because of the legal situation.
And I think that has already been alluded to.
And this table, bar one member at this table who said there was no new perspectives in the submissions. Everybody else agreed that to some degree there was, and ones that were mentioned specifically were the issue of the difficulty for disabled people travelling to access terminations, the position of migrants in direct provision, the perspective of men, of prospective fathers. I think there were some personal submissions that people were curious about. And lastly, the issue of the Eighth Amendment impacting on women's ability to consent or refuse to consent to a broad range of treatments surrounding maternity rather than just terminations. This table was unanimous in expressing discomfort at those groups which chose to address submissions to individual members of the Assembly. And I won't labour the point that has been made about repetition. However, this table was anxious and was unanimous in it to be expressed that they appreciated the great deal of work that the Secretariat has put into in collating those.
Yes,
so thank you.
Good. Very good. Thank you very much. Well, I think we've got a lot of information from this exercise. Obviously, we will collate the information and we will use it and we will take on board everything that has been said. But at this stage, this is, as I say, the opening sally, if I may put it that way. We have a lot more work to do in relation to the submissions, and we will be asking you to consider them further. But I do want to emphasise once again, and I'm probably getting a little bit boring at this stage on this, it was a random selection, and a methodology was chosen to produce the range, and that has to be borne in mind. So, as I say, thank you very much for the assistance you've given us on that. It's definitely useful, and I think you're entitled to a little break now for a cup of coffee, and we'll start again at 11:30. Thank you very much.
Alle guten, alle bösen, folgen
We're now going to begin sessions 2 and 3. And we're going to take a look at the availability of legal terminations in other jurisdictions. And I want to point out that this was identified by the members at an early stage as a key area they wish to learn more about, to understand what is happening in other countries, to allow them to develop an appreciation of how Ireland compares internationally. It is important that the citizens receive comprehensive, balanced information in this area. And I noted that one of the tables at our feedback earlier raised this very point, so we were prepared for that. Our first speaker is Dr. Gilda Sedge from the Guttmacher Institute in the USA, and she is going to address the Assembly on the topic. Dr. Sedge is the lead author of a recently published paper in The Lancet. And for those of you who are not familiar, let me say that The Lancet is globally one of the most important medical journals. I abbreviated the title of the article for these purposes as being on abortion incidence and trends. But I think, in fairness, I should read the full title. It's Abortion Incidence Between 1990 and 2014, Global, Regional and Sub-Regional Levels and Trends. That's the title of the article. And again, I think I should point out that it was published as recently as the 11th of May 2016. And I think it's also important to put you on notice of the fact that this research, this project, which resulted in this article, is funded by a number of United Nations bodies, including the World Health Organization and governments of other jurisdictions. I just mention all of those facts to emphasize the status of this work. So that's session 2. Moving on to session 3, we will have presentations from 2 speakers on experience in the United Kingdom. And the purpose of this session is threefold. First, it's to give the citizens an understanding of how terminations are carried out at different stages of gestation. Secondly, it's to allow the citizens to gain an understanding of the typical care paths, including access and aftercare for a woman in the United Kingdom. And finally, it's to enable them to understand the typical care paths for an Irish woman in a United Kingdom hospital. And we will hear first of all from Dr. Patricia Lohr, Medical Director at the British Pregnancy Advisory Service. And we will then hear from Dr. Peter Thompson from Birmingham Women's and Children's National Health Service Trust, or NHS Trust. So that's just an outline of what we're going to hear over the next half hour or thereabouts. And I will invite Dr. Sedge to take the podium first.
Good morning, and thank you for that introduction. I'm very glad to be here, very impressed by this process of deliberative democracy. I'm Gilda Sedge. I'm here from the Guttmacher Institute. We are a non-government organization based in New York. Our mission is to conduct research in support of evidence-based policies and programs on sexual and reproductive health. In the interest of transparency, the position of the Institute is in support of legal abortion. My purpose here is to present objective evidence with respect to what we know about the incidence, trends, and legal status of abortion around the world. And so first, in the first section, I'll present our findings and estimates of the incidence of abortion. And these findings are based on work we did in collaboration with the World Health Organization and colleagues at a number of universities in Asia and Europe and in North America. So we estimate in that article that Justice Lafoy just referenced that as of 2010 to 2014, about 56 million women have an abortion on average in each year. And that represents a slight increase from the early 1990s when about 50 million abortions were taking place each year. And the number of abortions can increase as the size of the population and the numbers of women of reproductive age increase over time. And so it can be more meaningful to look at the number of abortions that take place for every 1,000 women of reproductive age. In this way, we control for population size and population growth. And that's what we do here. And so we estimate that there are about 35 abortions for every 1,000 women of reproductive age as of 2010 to 2014 per year. And that represents a small decrease from the early 1990s when the rate was about 40. So a rate of 35 means that, just very roughly speaking, about 3.5% of women of childbearing age, that's women 15 to 44 years old, have an abortion each year. And when we look separately at trends in the developed world and in the developing world, we see different patterns. In the developed world, the abortion rate has actually declined quite considerably, from about 46 to 27 abortions per 1,000 women. And in the developing world, the abortion rate has not really changed substantially. And now, unlike in the early 1990s, the abortion rate is higher in the developing world than in the developed world. Because of this, and even more so because most of the world's population lives in the developing world, about 88% of all abortions worldwide take place in the developing world. And so here we look at abortion trends in some of the major parts of the developed world, primarily North America and Europe. And because the pattern in Eastern Europe is quite distinct, we pull that out and look at Eastern and non-Eastern Europe separately. And what you can see right off is that the abortion rate really has declined the most dramatically in Eastern Europe, where abortion incidence was really quite high in the early 1990s. And remember, that's very soon after the Soviet era. And in the Soviet era in Eastern Europe, women largely did not have access to and were not using modern methods of contraception. And since the 1990s, the numbers of women using modern methods has increased considerably. The abortion rate is still fairly high in Eastern Europe, and this is in part because the use of modern methods, the effective use of methods, is not quite as prevalent or as consistent in Eastern Europe as in these other parts of the developed world. And another point to take from this slide is that the abortion rates are fairly low in North America and non-Eastern Europe and have been fairly steady over time, although they have decreased slightly. And so in addition to looking at the proportion of women who have an abortion, we look at the proportion of pregnancies that end in abortion. And the percent of all pregnancies ending in abortion has been declining in the developed world and has been increasing in the developing world. But in both of these parts of the world, and with respect to the global average as well, about 1 in 4 pregnancies ends in abortion. And so now here we are not looking at trends over time in the incidence of abortion, but rather abortion rates in the recent time period in different groups of countries. And here the y-axis label is a little bit, has been truncated, it's incomplete. But here we're looking at the abortion rates in countries on the far left, where abortion is prohibited altogether or allowed only to save a woman's life. And the point on that far left bar indicates that on average across these countries, the abortion rate is 37 per 1,000. On the far right, in the group of countries where abortion is available on request, the abortion rate is about 34 per 1,000. And the vertical lines going with each bar are meant to convey, when you compare these lines across the different groups of countries, that these differences are not what we call statistically significant. We were also able to estimate the global incidence of abortion for married women and unmarried women separately. The United Nations Population Division defines marriage to include living in a partnership. So married women include those who are living with a partner. And the abortion rate is higher among married women than among unmarried women. It's 36 for marrieds and 25 for unmarried women globally. And in the developed world, the rates are 33 and 18. Some things do get lost when we change the aspect ratio. Yeah. but I hope that the points are still coming across. And here, each pair of numbers adds up to 100%, and what we're looking at here is a percent of all abortions that are being obtained by married compared to unmarried women, and about 73% of all abortions worldwide are obtained by married women. And in the developed world, about 69% are obtained by married women. We don't have global estimates of the abortion rates in women in different age groups, but we compiled the evidence from the European countries that do compile these data. And across these 8 European countries, somewhere from 9 to 18% of all abortions are obtained by adolescents, that is, females who are 15 to 19 years old. In Scotland, it's about 18%, and in Norway and Estonia, it's about 10% of all abortions that are being obtained by adolescents. We also have compiled, and I didn't prepare a slide, we have compiled the incidence of abortion, the numbers of abortions obtained by women who have had at least one child and women who have not had any children. And in these countries, more than half of abortions are obtained by women who have had at least one child. And we also have some information on the reasons why women give for having abortions from a few countries, and we can get into that if there's interest in the Q&A. So now we'll shift gears, and instead of looking at the numbers of abortions and the characteristics of women who have abortions, we're just going to spend a few slides looking at how the countries in the world fall in terms of their abortion laws. And again, there's a bit of truncation of the words, but I'll walk you through these different bars. So of the world's 199 countries and territories and populous jurisdictions, abortion is not allowed for any reason whatsoever in 28 countries. Abortion is allowed to save a woman's life in 37 countries. That includes Ireland. And it is allowed to preserve a woman's physical health, and in some of these countries also to preserve a woman's mental health in 59 countries. And then it is allowed either without restriction as to reason or for social or economic reasons in 74 countries. The UK is in that group where it's allowed for social or economic reasons. And in some of these countries where abortion is not allowed for any reason or is only allowed to save a woman's life, there are variations with respect to whether abortion is allowed in cases of rape or incest or fetal abnormality. And in some of the countries where abortion is allowed, classified as being allowed without restriction, there are, in many of them, limits on the gestational age at which a woman may obtain an abortion. There are sometimes requirements that adolescents get parental consent. There are different regulations that lead to a lot of variation across these countries. So it's important to know that and to not think that there's homogeneity or this similarity in each of these 4 groups of countries. And now we look just at the developed world, and in the 46 countries in the developed world, abortion is not allowed for any reason in 3 countries. It's allowed to save a woman's life in Ireland, the one country there. It's allowed to preserve her physical health, and in some cases also her mental health in 5 countries. And it's allowed without restriction as to reason or for social or economic reasons in 37 countries. So we just added Ireland, but you guys know where Ireland is better than anyone right now. And if you're interested in knowing which countries fall in each of these categories, they're listed here. So these are the countries in the developed world. Abortion is not allowed for any reason in Andorra, Malta, or San Marino. It is allowed to preserve her physical health, and in some cases, her mental health in New Zealand, Northern Ireland, Liechtenstein, Monaco, and Poland. And again, there are differences in how these laws are interpreted and applied. So for example, in New Zealand, abortion is fairly widely available, not so in Poland or Northern Ireland. And it is allowed on request or for social or economic reasons in the rest of Europe and in Australia, Canada, and the United States. And lastly, we'll look at countries that have changed their abortion laws in this 20-year span from 1994 to 2014. And in this span of time, about 36 countries have made changes to their abortion laws. 34 have moved to more liberal abortion laws, and 2 have moved to more narrow grounds for legal abortion. Those 2 are Nicaragua and El Salvador. In the developed world, 6 countries have moved toward more expansive grounds for legal abortion, and none at present have moved toward more restrictive grounds. So you can see that really law change has been taking place even more so in the developing world than in the developed world. And for some of those countries, the history to that is that in many of those developing countries, they have on their books the laws from the colonial era, and the colonizing countries have changed their abortion laws, and the developing countries are gradually over time following suit. That doesn't explain all of those law changes, but it explains some of them. So these are the countries that have changed their abortion laws in the past 6 years. The 6 countries in 20 years: Albania, Switzerland, Portugal, Monaco, Spain, and Luxembourg. And if you end up in the Q&A asking for detailed questions about these countries, they are more than welcome, and I will be rustling through papers to answer some of those detailed questions. This is not work that I've been closely involved in. And then lastly, as I mentioned earlier, even within a certain group of countries with a particular law, there are lots of variations with respect to the regulations that go along with those laws. Are there counseling requirements, waiting periods, parental consent laws, and such? And so some countries have made changes with respect to their regulations that have changed the level of access to legal abortion for women in these countries. And 3 countries have moved toward enhancing access to legal abortion, and 7 countries have moved toward, largely in Eastern Europe and also in Germany, toward restricting access to legal abortion. So for example, in Russia, after 12 weeks of gestation, there are fewer reasons why conditions under which a woman may legally obtain an abortion. And in a number of these countries, there are now required waiting periods. So that's the bird's eye view of incidence and characteristics of women and legal status of abortion across these countries. And we're available for questions and answers after the set of presentations. And thank you for your time.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me, yes? I just want to thank Gilda for a very interesting range of information. Hard to assimilate, I think, but bear in mind that her paper, as well as the slides, will be on the website, our website, and you consult it. If you can consult the website, and you can consult the paper and the slides. And of course, there is also the article in the Lancet, which is very, very interesting. And we will have the Q&A session shortly. Our next speaker is Dr. Patricia Lohr, and is the machine working? She asked. Yeah.
My slides couldn't tolerate the aspect ratio, so thank you very much for inviting me to come and speak with you today. My goal in the next 15 minutes is to try to give you a picture of the experience of and the concerns of really the majority of women who travel from Ireland to have an abortion in Britain, who don't have, for example, a serious fetal anomaly. British Pregnancy Advisory Service is a charitable provider of abortion care in England and Wales mainly, and although we do treat women who are coming for terminations for fetal anomaly, the majority of our patients are not coming for that reason. The way that I'm going to talk you through the experience of the majority of women who are traveling from Ireland, and also to give you a flavor for how that compares to what the experience might be like for someone who is from Britain. And I think it is important that we distinguish between what happens in Scotland, England, and Wales, and what happens in Northern Ireland, where the Act allowing abortions to be terminated, allowing abortions to occur in certain circumstances does not extend. So I'm going to compare the experience of Siobhan from Ireland to a woman called Charlotte from England. And they start out very similarly. They are 21 years old. They both are partnered. They have boyfriends. They are both studying at university. Both of them were taking the birth control pill. And both of them think that they're about 6 weeks pregnant by last menstrual period, having missed a couple of pills in their last menstrual cycle. So let's just talk a bit about who has abortions in Britain. You've just had an excellent overview of worldwide statistics, and so some of this is going to sound familiar to you. So it's estimated that about 1 in 3 women in Britain will have an abortion in her reproductive lifetime. And those women come from all backgrounds, all races, ethnicities, religious backgrounds, demographic characteristics, as long as they're of reproductive age, and socioeconomic backgrounds. Looking at the reports that are produced about abortions in England and Wales and in Scotland, although the focus of my comments are going to be about statistics from England and Wales, we know that most of the women who obtain abortions are white. Most of them are single, although that counts women who may have a partner, and actually more people describe themselves as single with a partner than single without a partner, and most are in their 20s. Interestingly, though, there are variations in certain age groups. So more conceptions that happen in teenagers end in abortion than in other age groups. So even though the numbers of teenage pregnancies has declined dramatically in England in the last 10 years, it is still the case that over 60% of those conceptions end in abortion. And similarly, for women who are over the age of 35, a larger proportion of pregnancies occurring in women over the age of 35 end in abortion. Minority and ethnic groups are overrepresented compared to their proportions in the general population. And we know, particularly from data in Scotland, that economic deprivation and abortion rates are related. And this is understandable if you think about the fact that one consideration that a doctor or 2 doctors may make in determining whether or not a woman is eligible for legal abortion in England is about the potential impact on her other children. So if people have other children and they are also struggling financially, they may not be able to afford another child. About 1/3 of women in Britain have had more than 1 abortion, and this proportion is rising. And similar to what Gilda's already presented to you, over half of women who have an abortion already have a child. So why do women choose abortion as opposed to adoption or parenthood? We know that over 90% of pregnancies ending in abortion are unplanned pregnancies, so women were not trying to get pregnant, and that's for a range of reasons. A large proportion of those are because they were using a contraceptive method that failed. So as in the case of our Siobhan and Charlotte, the birth control pill is not 100% effective, even when it's used exactly the way that you are supposed to take it every single day at the right time of day. Some people don't use contraceptive methods. Some people were coerced into having sex and so hadn't planned, for example, to do that, and so weren't using a method to prevent pregnancy. And there are a smaller proportion of abortions that occur for maternal or fetal indications. As I've said before, I'm not going to address those. But the pregnancy being unintended in and of itself is sort of just a first level reason, really. There are lots of things that underlie the ultimate decision that a woman makes to end that pregnancy by abortion. They're typically multiple and complicated, but some common themes are that they understand the responsibilities of parenthood. And so for young people, for example, it's an understanding of whether or not they are ready to be a parent. For some people, it's about timing and family size and understanding what's needed in terms of the energy, the resources, the availability of oneself as a parent to bring another child into the family. Financial constraints, as I've already discussed, is important, and lack of partner support. But this is only a small sample of the reasons that women give for choosing an abortion. So let's go back to our Siobhan and Charlotte. So both of them have a talk to their partner about the fact that they think they might be pregnant, and to their sister. And it is certainly the case that most women who come to see us will have already spoken to people around them, including their partner, before they call us to schedule an appointment for a termination of pregnancy. They have made the decision before they contact us. What I would say is, although I have put the same language under this for both Siobhan and Charlotte, it is the case that women who are coming from Ireland tend to have a much smaller circle of trust, fewer people that they've spoken to, fewer people that they can tell about their potential decision to terminate a pregnancy because of their concerns about stigma. Both of them want to finish school, both of them want to be married before they have a child, and so both of them make the decision that they want to have a termination. And they do a web search, as you do, Googling abortion, and certainly for Siobhan, adding in the UK. So how will their pathways differ from this point? And this is where things do start to look very different. So for Charlotte, in England, she will be able to refer herself to the abortion clinic. She may be able to go to her GP and get a referral. She may be able to go to a family planning clinic and get a referral. There are a number of different pathways into services. For Siobhan, she doesn't have that option. She can only refer herself. For Charlotte, the time that it will take for her to get into consultation and treatment largely depends on convenience, because abortion clinics are many and appointments are readily available. So it's her decision when she's ready to come in. For Siobhan, it will largely depend on her resources, because of course, not only will she have to gather together the money to pay for the abortion, but she'll have to gather together the money to travel. And for some women, they will have to make up a story about why they're traveling, because again, they're concerned about stigma, shaming, ostracization that could happen from people knowing that they're planning to have an abortion. For Charlotte, she'll be able to access clinics locally, of course. And for Siobhan, she will have to travel to Britain. And for most women coming from Ireland, they make an overnight stay, because even if they're having their consultation and treatment in one day, that typically happens quite early in the morning. So some women may get on a plane at 5 in the morning, much like I did coming from London to talk with you today. But for some women, particularly if they're remote, they'll have to travel by train, then get a plane, then stay overnight before coming to the clinic. Both of them may need an escort home, particularly if they're having their treatment under general anesthesia or some sort of sedation. They need someone to look after them. And of course, that involves, for women from Ireland, mustering extra resources to bring someone with them and coordinating schedules. 98% of women who have abortions in Britain have their abortion free at the point of care. It's paid for by the National Health Service. And their care package also includes receiving a contraceptive method after the abortion, provided by the abortion provider, and also screening for sexually transmitted infections. For Siobhan, very different. She will have to pay out of pocket, and I've given you here the range of some of the prices, and it's gestational age dependent. So earlier pregnancy terminations cost less than later pregnancy terminations. So she could be looking at out-of-pocket cost just for the abortion alone of up to 1,500 euros. So what's the care pathway like? Well, it becomes quite similar for both of them at this point once they've actually managed to come into the unit. And the first thing is that they'll sit down and have a discussion with a nurse, typically, about their thinking about the pregnancy. Have they decided what they want to do? If they need to, they can speak with a counselor and have a discussion that is as long or as short as it needs to be about what their options are, how a pregnancy might impact their life, abortion, adoption, etc. Typically, there's a screen for domestic violence as well at this point. There is an association between domestic violence and having a termination of pregnancy, which is, I think, somewhat understandable on the woman's point, because if she is in a violent relationship and she has a child with the man who is being violent toward her, she will be linked to that man essentially for the rest of her life and her child's life, which could be dangerous for her and the child. Following this, there's a medical assessment that's relatively brief. I've talked about it in some detail in the paper that I submitted to you earlier, but it will certainly include an ultrasound in order to determine how far along she is in most cases, because that then informs the sorts of treatments that she could have and how they'll be performed, and some basic blood work, and as I said, STI testing. The blood work is very minimal, usually just a point of care finger prick point of care test. So when are most abortions performed? So we've just talked about the importance of assessing gestational age. And I wanted to show you the impact of women needing to travel, I think by and large, on the timing of their abortion procedure. And this is important because the earlier in pregnancy that you do an abortion, the fewer complications are experienced. So in the blue bars are the proportions done at certain gestational ages by weeks for women who are resident in Ireland. And in the purple bars are the proportions for women who are resident in England and Wales. And you can see that women who are having terminations who are traveling over from Ireland typically have them at somewhat higher gestational ages than women who are resident in England and Wales. And my interpretation of these data is that that is a reflection of the time that it normally takes for women to muster the resources, particularly the financial resources, in order to be able to afford to come over. The other thing that I want to point out to you is that the vast majority of abortions, even for women traveling from Ireland, happen in early gestation, so in the first few months of pregnancy. The proportion of abortions that happen in the second trimester and certainly over 20 weeks of gestation is very small. And those are usually for reasons of fetal anomaly, for example. It may be for women who didn't realize that they were pregnant. It may be for women who planned to have the baby, but then for whatever reason needed to change that decision. Maybe her partner left her, maybe she was diagnosed with a medical condition. There are a range of reasons, but all of them reasons that women consider in some detail. Following that, there'll be a discussion of the treatment options, what is available to her based on gestational age. And you have this picture in your submission from me, and it breaks down the methods by broad weeks of gestation, and then at the top are the surgical methods, and at the bottom are the medical methods. An abortion can be performed at any stage up to 24 weeks using either surgery, and usually that's a procedure through the cervix to remove the pregnancy, not like a cesarean section, not where you have to have an incision, or medically, meaning the giving of tablets in order to induce either a process that's very akin to a miscarriage in the first trimester, and in the earliest weeks of pregnancy, up to 9 or 10 weeks of pregnancy, women will receive those medications in the clinic, but the vast majority of them go home to pass the pregnancy at home. As gestation advances, they tend to be admitted to a clinic or to a hospital for repeated doses of medication. As the pregnancy advances in gestation, the induction typically takes longer. In early pregnancy, as I've said, surgical evacuation is also an option. It's done with a procedure through the cervix. It can be done with either local anesthesia, general anesthesia, or sedation. But as I've said before, if you've had any sort of general anesthesia or sedating medication, you need to have someone with you to look after you afterward. Dilatation and evacuation is the procedure performed in the second trimester. Similarly, it's performed through the cervix, the neck of the womb. That cervix must be dilated or opened in advance of the procedure, which can take several hours and up to 24 hours. So it is often the case that these procedures occur over a couple of days. So much as a medical induction in the second trimester might occur over a couple of days, so too do surgical procedures in the second trimester. Presuming no contraindications, a woman may choose between medical and surgical, depending on what fits best for her, and it's often the process of that termination and how it's going to be conducted that drives women's choices. For medical abortion, because there's often an interval between the two medicines that are used, mifepristone and misoprostol, that takes over 1 or 2 days, that's a limiting choice for women coming from Ireland because they have limited time to travel. It is the case in Britain that 2 doctors must sign a paper called an HSA-1 form stating that a woman is eligible for the abortion she is requesting according to one of 5 grounds. As Gilda has said, the most common grounds for which women have abortions in Britain are what are known as Clause C and D, and these are for mental or physical health reasons, either to the woman herself or to her existing children. And the definition of health that most doctors apply is very broad and akin to the World Health Organization definition, which is the presence of well-being, not the absence of disease. That paperwork may be signed just before treatment or may be signed immediately after the counseling experience. And then treatment is undertaken. So what methods are most commonly chosen? This is data from England and Wales, and it shows you that over the last 10 years, the numbers of women choosing medical abortion have increased almost year on year, and the numbers of women choosing surgical have declined year on year. Many women like the medical process because it's natural. They can have the miscarriage at home. They can have their partner with them throughout, or they simply don't want to have a surgical procedure or any kind of anesthetic. And so we have seen those proportions growing dramatically in England and Wales, and even more dramatically in Scotland. And this is the picture as it compares for women who are resident in Ireland compared to women who are resident in England and Wales. So on the left, we've got Siobhan and what she may choose depending on her gestational age. And you can see that at 3 to 9 weeks of gestation, when early medical abortion is available, and this is where women are given the tablets in the clinic and then go home to pass the pregnancy at home, a smaller proportion of women from Ireland take up that option than do women from England and Wales. So women from Ireland are not choosing medical abortion as often as women from England and Wales in those earliest weeks. And my interpretation of these data is that that probably has to do, as I've said before, with the need to have that treatment over 1 or 2 days, which means an extra overnight stay. And in addition, because those women would be discharged from the clinic after receiving the medications, they would then be managing the effects of those medications, which is pain and bleeding and passage of the pregnancy while they are traveling home. You can see that this is similar throughout the gestational ages, where women are choosing medical inductions or abortions less frequently than surgical, although it gets closer as gestational age advances to women's choices from England and Wales. Most surgical abortions can be performed in 1 day, and that is equally as appealing to women from Britain as from women who are traveling. With the increase in medical abortion in England and Wales, what we've actually seen is a progressive downward shift in the gestational age at which abortions are performed. So you can see these are the proportion of abortions performed by gestational age up to 10 weeks in the bars at the bottom, between 10 and 12 weeks in the green bars in the middle, and then at 13 or more weeks in the bars at the top for the past 10 years. And the numbers being done under 10 weeks of gestation have increased dramatically. And it is now the case that almost all abortions are done, as you can see, under 13 weeks of gestation, so in the first trimester. Some women will require aftercare. For most women, they are advised of the expected signs and symptoms after an abortion, whether normal or not normal, and they need to call for help. Most women don't have a routine in-person visit anymore. Their needs, for example, for contraception are addressed at the time of their counseling. And if women have a complication immediately after the abortion, usually that occurs in the first week, which is actually before older recommendations for routine follow-up visits, which were meant to be at 2 weeks. So how will this differ for Siobhan and Charlotte? Well, Charlotte's had treatment locally, so she's going to have local travel post-treatment. For some women, that may be an hour or two, and certainly it may not just be 15 minutes down the road, but it's not going to be air travel, which is the main mode of transport for women coming from Ireland. As I've already said, if they've had early medical abortion, they may be managing the process of that on their way home. That is true for women from England as well, because they cannot use the second medication, misoprostol, out of a clinical setting, although they may go home afterwards. Both of them will have access to a 24-hour advice line. Both of them will have access to the clinic telephone number if they need advice. But if they do need to seek care, women who've been treated in our units will be advised to come back to us. We treated you, we know how to manage complications of abortion, or if it's urgent, they might go to their local A&E or urgent care, where similarly people will be trained and knowledgeable about post-abortion care. Women traveling from Ireland, obviously, they cannot simply come back into one of our clinics to be assessed. They will normally have to go into unfamiliar services. And I think for women who are particularly concerned about issues of stigma or even being reported, they are reluctant to seek care. Most women feel a sense of relief after their abortion. Some women will feel sadness. Some women will need to talk to somebody about their experience. This happens. We offer women the opportunity to come back into our service and speak to a counselor face-to-face, or they may have that over the phone if they prefer. For women from Ireland, it's going to be phone-based counseling, which is actually very acceptable to most women. But for some women, they would like to sit down with someone face-to-face, which won't be an option, at least for our services. So I hope that's given you a flavor for what women in our service experience, the different experiences of women coming from Ireland and those coming and having treatment in Britain, and will help you actually in this, what I think is an extremely important deliberation. So thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Patricia. And can I remind you again that the paper and the slides will be on the website. Of course, the paper is very useful. Our members have already got it. They got it in advance. But it will help you to really get to grips with the issues if you read the paper. Thank you very much. And now, Dr. Peter Thompson is going to talk to us.
Thank you very much, Justice, members of the Council. Assembly. I hate starting any lecture with an apology, but I'm going to break that rule because I have had quite a bad cough all of this week. So if I do keep coughing during the talk, I hope you'll excuse me for that. So what qualifications do I have to be here? Well, I work in the West Midlands, which is a region of England which has a population of around 6 million people. I work in the regional tertiary fetal medicine unit for that region, and so I see a lot of people with, sadly, babies that have differences within them. And we deliver an awful lot of babies in our new trust, which is Birmingham Women's and Children's Trust, that require complex paediatric surgical care as well. And we also facilitate care for other babies that might be delivered elsewhere by putting in plans for their care after birth. And most importantly, I think we support women in their decisions, whether they wish to continue with their pregnancy or whether that's not. So, I'm going to try and tell you an awful lot of information, but most of that's in the paper that I've already submitted, so excuse us if we go rather quickly. So as you, I'm sure, aware, in England and Wales, the abortion, which is what I'm going to be talking about in general, I'm not going to be talking about Scotland and not Northern Ireland. The Abortion Act first came in 1967, and then that was changed under the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Act. And to all intents and purposes, the change there was a specification about the gestation age limits for clauses C and D, which had been uncertain prior to that time. And that came in as 24 weeks of gestation. Under Clause E, which is what we're going to be talking about most of the time, which is where there's a substantial risk that if the child were born, it would suffer from such physical or mental abnormalities as to be seriously handicapped, there's no gestational age limit The key parts of this slide, however, are that 2 medical practitioners make this decision in good faith, that there's a substantial risk, and substantial has never been defined, and they have serious handicap, which again is left up to the medical profession. So it's left up to the medical profession to make this decision in good faith. Now, we mentioned what Patricia mentioned, the HSA1 form, and I've just put this up to show you what it is. And so this is the legal form that we have to complete prior to a woman undergoing termination of pregnancy. And 2 medical practitioners who are independent have to come to their opinion that at least one of these criteria are met, A, B, C, D, and E, and they're listed in your papers. So if we look at the terminations of pregnancy in England and Wales, of all of the terminations done, relatively few are done under clauses A and B, and very few are done over 20 weeks, and we'll come back to that in a second. And in clause E, which is for fetal abnormalities, about 3,000 terminations of pregnancy, or 2% of the total terminations, were performed. So for clauses A and B, this is when the continuance of the pregnancy would involve risk to the life of the woman greater than if the pregnancy were terminated, or clause B, where it's necessary to prevent grave permanent injury to the woman. And that's in comparison, as I understand it, to the law that you have here, which is that there's a real and substantial risk to her life that may be removed only by termination of pregnancy. And I think there's a subtle difference between clause A in England and what you have here. Now, terminations of pregnancy under clauses A and B are rarely performed after 24 weeks of gestation, because at that time the fetus is reaching viability. And so we would consider most fetuses at 24 weeks to be viable, and if a delivery had to occur to save the mother's life under those circumstances, it would usually be considered to be a delivery rather than a termination. There are some exceptions to this, however, and one of such I have personal experience with somebody with severe preeclampsia, where you develop severe hypertension and a multi-system disease, which also included the fetus. So although the gestation of the fetus was beyond 24 weeks, the size of the fetus was very, very small and would not be considered to be compatible with delivery. And so when we tried to induce a labour or to end the pregnancy, we decided it was only fair to tell the woman that actually what we were really doing was terminating the pregnancy, because the baby wouldn't have survived. The other things that I deal with rather a lot in my job are women with complex congenital heart disease and some with acquired heart disease, and many of them become unwell when they get pregnant because the heart has to work an awful lot harder. And then something that I think has reared its head in Ireland in the past, women with ruptured membranes in early pregnancy and when they become septic or not. Now, certainly in England and Wales, you can terminate the pregnancy on the grounds that they're likely to become septic, and you don't have to wait for them to become severely ill or to make a judgment where their life is threatened. So, Clause E. Clause E, the majority of terminations of pregnancy under Clause E are performed for either chromosomal differences or congenital malformations of the nervous system. And I know that you've already had a lecture about ultrasound screening, and that where that's performed in Ireland, as in the rest of the developed world, it's generally performed at around about 20 weeks of gestation. Despite that, when you look at when these terminations are performed, only about 500 are performed after 22 weeks of gestation, and only about 1,000 after 20 weeks of gestation. So many of these terminations are performed because abnormalities are picked up at a dating scan in the first trimester of pregnancy, so around about 11 to 14 weeks, or by a screening test for chromosomal differences. Now, for Irish residents, we know that of all the terminations performed in England and Wales in 2015, about 5,000 of them weren't resident of England and Wales, and some of those were from Scotland, but 66% were from Ireland, with a further 16% from Northern Ireland. Of those, 135 cases were performed under Clause E. This is difficult to see again, but this just confirms that for those Irish patients, the majority had central nervous system, fetuses had central nervous system abnormalities or chromosomal differences. And the care pathway that women either from England and Wales or from Ireland face is very similar, in that there'll be screening performed of some description, which may well be ultrasound screening, then a diagnosis is made. The diagnosis is often confirmed at a local unit and then referred to a tertiary unit if further advice is needed. At that point, counselling can occur about the outlook for the pregnancy and what the fetus potentially faces, and options that can be discussed, including invasive therapy for the fetus, if that's appropriate, or conservative management, or further investigations. And further investigations can include other types of imaging, it can include further counselling by other specialists, or it can include invasive tests checking the baby's chromosomes. After 22 weeks of gestation, if a woman makes the choice that she wants to end the pregnancy, then what the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists have recommended is that because there's an increased risk of the fetus being born alive, that we should stop the fetal heart prior to a termination, unless we're certain that this is a case of which there's no possibility that the fetus can survive. In light of that, what we do is we gain access to the vascular circulation of the fetus by passing a needle under ultrasound control and injecting either potassium chloride or lignocaine, and that stops the fetal heart. I just wanted to go through a couple of case studies with you to show the sorts of cases we have. These aren't real cases, but they could happen. So a woman presents with a normal scan at 20 weeks of gestation, and then because she's had a previous small baby, it's determined that she should have further scans later on in pregnancy. And when she comes for the first of those at 28 weeks, it's noted that the head circumference of the baby is quite small. Because of this, she gets referred to a fetal medicine unit. And they rescan her, find no other findings, but do notice that the head circumference is small, offer her invasive diagnosis, which she accepts, and that comes back as normal. However, then further investigations can happen, and we can do a fetal MRI, which recent papers published, again in the Lancet actually, have showed can give us more detailed information about the fetal brain than ultrasound can. And that showed that the cerebral cortex of the baby, so the thinking part of the baby, wasn't developing. The patient then discusses the case with a paediatric neurologist, and in our unit, any termination of pregnancy that is going to take place after 24 weeks of gestation, we have an MDT meeting with. And at that meeting, we include clinicians that are neonatologists, we include specialists, if appropriate, from another specialty, and we include midwives, and at least 2 people who could do the procedure. It would be determined at that procedure, at that time, that it was appropriate, that the law was met, and the couple opted for feticide. Now, microcephaly is a difficult condition because usually it's non-lethal, and it has a variable outlook, and it's dependent upon whether you have other differences. But in the case that I've given you, the fetus would have had if it would have been born, would have been a baby, and then the baby would have had a very, very poor prognosis. And it's important that as clinicians, we get as much information as possible to allow women to not only make a choice, but to make an informed choice, because they need to know what the outlook is for their babies in the future. The other key thing about microcephaly is it doesn't present at 20 weeks of gestation. So if all you're going to do is just have an act that can look at babies up to 20 weeks of gestation, then somebody like this wouldn't have qualified for a termination. The second complex case that I'm going to present to you is a set of twins. So these twins are said to be monochorionic, so they share the same placenta, that means, and that's diagnosed at the dating scan, and they find that one of the twins the skull at the top of their head hasn't formed properly, exposing the brain. And that can progress on to anencephaly, which I know people have spoken to you about before. One of the problems with anencephaly is you can get increased fluid around the baby, and that can cause people to go into labour. So monochorionic twins share the same placenta, they're in different sacs, and they are identical twins. And I put identical in inverted commas because if you have a structural difference in one of two monochorionic twins, only about 1/5 of the other twins will have the same difference. The other 4/5 will be completely normal. They do, however, have these connections, these vascular connections, and if one twin dies, there's a significant risk that the other twin will die immediately. And if it doesn't die immediately, about a 1 in 3 chance that we'll have severe neurological disability because the first twins died. And these are just some images, ultrasound images of a placenta. And this here is a monochorionic twin set with a thin membrane, and here how you diagnose a dichorionic twins pair. So the options would be we could perform a selective reduction of the baby with anencephaly, and that would be one of the downsides would be that's loss of a wanted pregnancy. These are all wanted pregnancies. There's about a 10 to 15% miscarriage risk of the whole pregnancy by doing this procedure, so you'd lose both babies. There's a small risk whenever you do a selective reduction of terminating the wrong fetus. This isn't true in this case because if there's a large structural defect that you can see, then that wouldn't be the case. The other option is conservative management. If you have conservative management, there are increased risks to twin pregnancies that all women face with twins, and this woman would face those, and yet one of her babies wouldn't survive. There's about a 15 to 20% risk of something called fetal-fetal transfusion syndrome, and that's quite a severe condition, and it's because of the vascular connections that I mentioned, and if that occurs and is untreated, then and it occurs before 26 weeks, then it's nearly always fatal. There's about a 17% risk of severe growth restriction in one of the two twins. And there's the risk that the baby with anencephaly may die inside the womb. And if it does die inside the womb, then we have the sequelae that we discussed a minute ago. And of twins in general, about 10% will deliver prematurely before 32 weeks. And so that's to be laid against the 10 to 15% risk of miscarriage if you end the pregnancy. So it's a difficult decision to make, and it's one that people do have to make, sadly, and have to make it quite frequently. So in summary, of clauses E in England and Wales, only 2% of all abortions are under clause E. Only about 500 of those cases, of the 3,000 cases, are performed after 22 weeks of gestation. And yet 3,000 women a year from Ireland do come over to England and Wales to have abortions. And I'm sure there are data that show what other countries that they go to too. 135 of those 3,000 end up having a termination under Clause E. And one of the problems that these people face is that they have poorer follow-up, which is one of our standards of care, than their counterparts in England and Wales. And the commonest indications are chromosomal differences and nervous system abnormalities in the baby. Then one thing that's counterintuitive sometimes, but selective reduction in multiple pregnancies can improve survival for other fetuses. So you can make it more likely that actually some people can survive by performing selective reduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as with the other speakers, the paper that Dr. Thompson has produced is very, very helpful. And I think you should read it again and assimilate properly what he said. And the paper will be on the website for people who are not here. All of the papers will be on the website, as will the slides. So I think while it's difficult enough for non-medical practitioners to absorb what we heard today, you have the material which will assist you in assimilating it. Now we're moving on to the roundtable discussion, and we've gone a little bit over time, but it was worthwhile doing so. And I think, yeah, we're going to go into private session now for the roundtable discussion. But I think we will we start again as we had planned at 12:50. What, yes? All right, will we say 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock. The public session, the Q&A, will commence at 1 o'clock. Very good. So members, get going. aftercare for fatal fetal terminations.
Okay, thank you very much. So when I talked about aftercare and follow-up, that wasn't meant to be a criticism of the care that they get when they get back to Ireland. But I think that there's two levels of this care, if you think about it. There's the counselling with regards to what the abnormality was and what happened before the people went to England. And then there's talking about actually what happened and the events that surrounded those events. And an awful lot of women want to do that. And so it's analogous to the women that we have from elsewhere in the West Midlands that undergo a similar procedure and then will often get follow-up at their local unit and come back to us as well. Because some women decline it, but some women want to know the details of, talk about how the birth was managed and about how the procedures were managed, whether they felt they were given enough time, and ask questions like that. And they're often things that the people back here actually can't answer.
Very good. Thank you very much. I'll take questions now, and just to draw your attention to the fact that some of our secretariat have mics, and put up your hand and they'll accommodate you. All right. Very good.
Thank you,
might
Judge.
Indicate to whom your question is directed.
Thank you, Judge. I'm the facilitator for Table 8, and the citizens at this table had a number of questions for Dr. Sedge.
Yeah.
First of all, in the cohort of the female population in the 15 to 44-year age group, the question was raised, do we know what that number is in the Irish population and how the 5,000 would be as a percentage of that population in Ireland? We're wondering if you had that statistic. The second question, you mentioned that you had data on why women have an abortion. We're wondering, would you have information on that as it would relate to the developed world, or more specifically in relation to Europe? And the third point was, or the third question was, in relation to your overall abortion figures for global abortions of 56 million, do you have what the impact of China would have been on those numbers? Thank you very much.
Is this on? China accounts for probably about 10 million or more of the 56 million abortions. I think by now more. And again, the developing world accounts for almost 90% of the 56 million. The reason, I'm going to go backwards in the questions. The reasons why women have abortions, I can tell you because it's more readily off the top of my head, the reasons that women give in the United States. About 3/4 of women say that they are concerned about their ability to take care of the people they already have to take care of, in many of those cases, the children that they have and some other dependents. And women give more than one reason. So also a lot of women say they can't afford to have a child. 3/4 of women who have abortions in the US are poor, low income. A number of the women who are not married very often will say, I'm not sure I can take care of a child by myself. And others are concerned about having to stop work. So that's a smattering of the reasons from the US. We have a paper coming out shortly, it's under peer review right now, that gives an inventory of the reasons that women give across other countries, both developed and a few developing and a few developed countries. And it's largely the same set of reasons. The proportions change a little bit from country to country. The rate in Ireland, I would ask that you not hold me to it because I'm guessing if I've got my recollection right. If you take the abortions that we know on record are happening to the women in the UK who give Irish addresses, and that is, especially England and Wales, and the Netherlands, that comes to about, I think, 4 or 4.5 abortions per 1,000 women. And then we don't know how many other abortions are happening where they're not giving the Irish addresses. and that compares to abortion rates in other European countries where we have reliable and complete statistics that range from about 8 to 18. So the lower rates are in Belgium and in the Netherlands, and the higher rates in that range are in Scotland and Sweden, and France, I think, also is on the higher end of that range.
And the first question, the 44 age group.
That is the rate, that's about 4 or 5 abortions per 1,000 women aged 15 to 44. That is the abortion rate when you just take the abortions that we know explicitly are happening. Does that work? Yeah. But I would want to double check, so that is count that as a guess. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, I'm a member from Table 9. The members on my table just had a few questions. This one is directed at Dr. Lohr. In your opinion, do you think that travel has had an effect on or influenced the method and timing of termination that Irish women are having in the UK?
Yes, definitely. Okay. So with regard to the method, women who travel from Ireland are more likely to have a surgical abortion than a medical abortion. And that's true compared to residents of England and Wales. And I think that is largely because a surgical abortion can be performed in one day. So a woman may fly over in the morning and then go home later that afternoon. Whereas for most abortions that happen in the first trimester, where they don't have to have prolonged preparation of the cervix, like I talked about with second trimester, which could happen over 2 days, as opposed to a medical abortion, where usually the 2 medicines that are used are given over 1 or 2 days. So you take 1 medicine by mouth, and then 1 or 2 days later you come back and get a second medication. So that means that women have to have a place to stay during that time, a B&B, a hotel, or whatever. But also, for those medical abortions that happen early in pregnancy, the vast majority of them go home to pass the pregnancy, which for Irish women will mean passing it in transit on the plane on the way home. In the second trimester for medical abortion, the duration of time that induction might take is very variable, and it sometimes can take 2 or 3 days. So that's a lot of time out of people's lives, particularly also if they've got someone with them, or for example, if they've got children at home that they need to think about. Gestational age was the second question you asked about, yeah? Yes. So yes, I do think that traveling impacts gestational age at which abortions are performed, because when you compare the proportion of abortions done at particular gestational ages for women who've had their abortions and give an address in Ireland as compared to those who have an address in England and Wales, they are higher. So, and it's probably somewhere around a week higher, so it takes them roughly a week or so to gather the funds, and sometimes longer. So yes, what we know from comparing the gestational ages that women in England and Wales who give a resident address in Ireland is that they are presenting at later gestational ages, which is important because the earlier in pregnancy that you do an abortion, the lower the risk of complications. So there's a strong driver in England and Wales for funded services within the NHS to try to get women's ability to access service very easily so that they can get into services and have their terminations earlier when they are associated with fewer complications.
Perfect, thanks. And the second question we have, second of 3, is for Dr. Lohr and Dr. Thompson. We were just wondering, in your opinion, are the medical staff in the UK and the general public in the UK happy about the system that is currently working for Irish women in the UK? And how are the medical staff what is their opinion on it being on abortion being available to Irish women in the UK without referral and without mandatory counselling and the subsequent risks to mental health?
So I'm also going to go backward in in the way that Gilda did. So the first thing is to pick up on this point about the impact on mental health. So there have been a number of studies that have looked at whether or not abortion in and of itself causes mental health problems. And a very large sort of synthesis of those studies was published just a couple of years ago, actually, by the National Collaborating Centers for Mental Health. And what they concluded was that abortion does not cause mental health problems. If you look at the rate of mental health problems for women who have had an abortion as compared to women who have had an unplanned or unintended pregnancy and continued it to term and had a baby, they are not different. It seems to be the event of having an unintended or unplanned pregnancy that might be difficult for women, but the vast majority of women cope and they don't wind up with mental health problems. So, the second thing that you asked about in reverse order, well, that's in the middle, isn't it, was about compulsory counseling. As I said in my presentation, most women will have thought a lot about whether they can have a child and bring a child into their lives or have a child and give it up for adoption well before they've contacted the provider of termination services. And for those women, what their expectation is, what they need from a provider, is information about how they can access services and services safely and quickly, and for that to be non-judgmental and supportive. So very few women come into the service requesting counseling, and that's always provided if needed. And on the same basis that services need to be organized so that women can access them quickly in order to have their terminations at lower gestational ages when they're safer, the idea of compulsory counseling is discouraged. Most women don't need it, and it is an unnecessary delay into treatment.
Thanks. And just one final question.
Did you want to
sorry,
hear?
sorry, excuse me, sorry.
Okay. Maybe you could pick up on how medical professionals feel about it.
So, I mean, I think that there's a slight difference between us here, because I think that the people that I see generally have also gone through the decision about whether they want to have a child or not, and they've come out that they do. And they're going on with their pregnancy, and then an event's happened that suggested that their outcome isn't going to be what they expected. And so it's a new event that's changed things. So these people do get counselling, and I think that this counts, so they don't generally have direct access to us. And this counselling usually starts in Ireland, whereby people explain what that means for the future of the baby, and then they come to see us. With regards to how medical professionals feel about this, I think medical professionals treat, and all healthcare professionals in England and Wales treat the Irish women as they would do any other woman who is requesting this service. I think that there is a confusion amongst many people about why that they have to travel, and a feeling that we try to get, for example, just covering the West Midlands, we will try and get people to end their pregnancy ultimately in their local unit, because we feel that that's where they can get their support around them and they get their family around them. And it seems counterintuitive to us that we're taking these people away from where all of their support is, and often they're isolated when they're going through this rather traumatic event. So I think that that's what many people would feel.
I would echo that for our services, even though we're not mainly dealing with women having terminations for fetal anomaly. I think, women who travel from Ireland often come alone, unsupported. It's a secret. They feel ashamed. and that means that they're often in a heightened emotional state. And so doctors and nurses and other clinic staff have an incredible amount of compassion for women who travel, and I think sometimes a sense of frustration on behalf of their patients that they've had to go through this experience to come over and end the pregnancy. They don't feel that they can continue for whatever reason.
Thank you. You have a third question?
Yes, one final question for Ms. Sedge. Do you know what, if anything, coincided or caused the decline in the abortion rates after 1981 in the US?
In the US?
Yeah.
Contraceptive use.
Thank you.
The obvious answer, I think. Yeah. Anybody else? There's... Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, facilitator for table 12. I think Dr. Lohr satisfied one of the questions the members had. However, there is a question in relation to what dangers Irish women are facing by taking the medical option unsupervised by medical practitioners.
So it's an excellent question. In most parts...
If I may just clarify, that's purchased over the internet.
Oh, okay, over
Thank
the
you.
internet. Well, I'm going to still start off my answer in the same way, which is to say that medical abortion using the medications mifepristone and misoprostol has been studied probably more than any other medical intervention and certainly any other abortion procedure in many different settings in many, many countries around the world. And many studies have been done that have shown that it is safe and effective and very acceptable to women to use the medications that induce a miscarriage at home. And that is both for mifepristone, the first medication that's taken, after which most women really don't have many side effects. You don't get much in the way of side effects from it. And after the second medication, misoprostol, which causes cramping and actually causes bleeding and the pregnancy to pass. The risks of that regimen are very small. Complications are rare. Serious complications are extremely rare. And when women are advised of things to look out for that aren't expected and know how to access help, they do very well. And they prefer to have these abortions at home, in the comfort of their own home, by and large. The biggest risk with purchasing medications over the internet is not the regimen itself. It's that there are some people selling fake medicines, and so they may not work, or maybe selling some other unknown compound which could cause them harm. So the purchasing of mifepristone and misoprostol over the internet from an organization that is known to provide the real medications and which does some screening to make sure that a woman doesn't have any of the contraindications or reasons why she shouldn't use these medicines, and can provide some degree of aftercare and advice if a woman has questions, is very safe.
Very good. Thank you very much. Another question?
Thank you. I'm the facilitator for Table 10. We just have 3 questions. Which is the preferred option in the first trimester as regards the safety of the procedure and as between the medical and the surgical procedure? Then the second question is there a considerable difference in the cost of the procedures as between the medical and the surgical procedure? And finally, in the UK, is it the case that women would tend to go to counselling even though it's not compulsory?
So your first question was about the preferred method. And the answer to that question is, presuming no contraindications, meaning some sort of medical condition that means you shouldn't use method, the preferred method is the one that's most preferable to the woman. And it is often weighed up not only on the absolute risk of complications with the procedure, but the process. Do I prefer to be asleep? Do I prefer to have treatment in one day? Do I prefer to pass a pregnancy at home? Do I prefer a more natural experience? Can I take time off work to have this abortion, either in clinic or at home? Is it more private and will fewer people find out about it if I have it in a clinic or I have it at home? So these are the sorts of things that women are weighing up in addition to what are the absolute risks. In the first trimester, there are proportionally more complications with medical abortion than surgical abortion. Very low, but more. So between 3 and 5 in 100 women will have a minor complication of a medical abortion compared to about 1 in 100 or less for a surgical abortion. What differs is the way that those complications present. And so with a surgical procedure, you have a risk of not only things like bleeding and having some retained tissue after the procedure, so not emptying the uterus completely, which is relatively minor, to having injury to the cervix or injury to the uterus. With medical abortion, the most common risks are bleeding related or having tissue left behind, or that the abortion will not work. So the risk of having a failed procedure is higher with medical than surgical, albeit extremely low, fewer than 1% failure rate. Your second question was about the cost of medical and surgical. Now, it depends, I think, on where it's being done and who's paying for it. In clinics like ours, we try to have parity in cost so that that's not a driver for choice. For reasons I think you might understand, because there's a lot more to making that decision, that has to do with the process, its side effects, et cetera. So we try to have parity in cost. From a delivery point of view, from a service organization point of view, it is less expensive often to provide medical abortions because that service can be largely managed by nurses, whereas at the moment in Britain, only doctors are allowed to do surgical abortions, and doctors are more expensive than nurses. But that's the cost that a service provider bears. And your last question was about how many women go on to have counseling, and it is a minority. I couldn't give you the figure off the top of my head, but I would certainly say less than 10%, maybe even fewer than 5%. Sometimes women want to have some discussion about the pregnancy. They are not sure what they want to do, but it's not intensive counseling, and intensive counseling is a very, very small number. If you would allow me, in the same way that Gilda requested to be able to come back with more figures on that, I could. What I would also say to you about that is that, I'll give you an example of BPAS. So BPAS, we see about 75,000 women a year, and we treat about 60,000 women. So some of those women come, they talk to us, and they decide that abortion isn't what they need or want. Some women may go off and have their termination with another provider. Some women may miscarry. And we don't provide compulsory counseling. And I think it just speaks to the fact that, again, women have thought about this before they come to see us. They often think about it after they have seen us for a consultation and before they have treatment. And they are able to, and do, make these very personal, private decisions on their own without the need for professional intervention.
Thank you very much. Will I take one more? Just one more.
Speaking for the citizens on table 11, the first question is directed to both doctors, Lauren Thompson. How do you reconcile the fact that 2 medical practitioners employed by the same clinic can be deemed to be independent? Sorry. How can they reconcile the fact that 2 medical practitioners employed by the same clinic can be deemed to be independent? That's in terms of determining whether somebody who presents for an abortion falls in under any of the clauses A to E.
Oh yes, you're talking about
the
legislation in the United Kingdom.
Yes.
Yeah, yes,
yes.
I didn't follow that.
The second question is also directed at Dr. Lohr, and it was just a query in terms of the services you provide in the UK, and if an Irish lady goes over and has a termination and comes back, do you provide a referral service, or do you refer them to counsellors here in Ireland? And the last one is for Dr. Thompson, and it's a question: how can you balance your Hippocratic oath for abortion on demand? Thank you.
Okay, we start with the 2 medical practitioners one. I think that they've got to independently come to the conclusion that it fills the clauses. And I personally feel that where this is... So I work in the NHS. I don't work in a private clinic at all. And so I think that where there's more difficulty with this is if you say you have a junior of yours and you say, well, I believe that this fulfills clause E, surely you do. And if you have that scenario, then I think that that's very hard for the junior to independently come to their opinion. So we try to always ensure that it's 2 of our consultants or a consultant from the referring trust and ourselves who sign these forms. And certainly, if you knew the different consultants in my trust, then you'd know that we're all very good at coming to independent decisions. I mean, team decisions is a very different matter. So I think that that's the first part for me. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Well, I guess I would the only thing that I would add is, sort of our lived experience, which is that we do sometimes have doctors who disagree, not necessarily that a woman meets the grounds, but what ground the woman meets, which matters, not so much in our clinic, but certainly would in a hospital setting, because the grounds C and D only allow for abortions up to 24 weeks of gestation, whereas the other grounds don't have a gestational age limit. And it is the case sometimes that doctors disagree, and then they have to have a discussion about it. But similarly, our lived experience is that doctors are able to make these decisions independently. They review the case notes and the case details independently. And it's not usually the case that they are sitting together sort of in the same clinic talking together about the case. So our experience of it is that, and we don't have this sort of power differential that Peter is describing, is that they are, as they would be if they were making any other medical decision, for example, about a patient able to come to that decision of their own mind. The question
the question on the Hippocratic oath that we get, that can be answered briefly, I suspect.
So, I mean, I feel that everybody has, first of all, there isn't abortion on demand in Great Britain, and so you have to fulfill certain criteria, and so I think that that's something that's important to clarify. I think that all of us have feelings that have built up towards what makes up our moral stance, and we can argue even longer than about the Eighth Amendment about what moral stance is, but I think that all goes together to your Hippocratic oath, and for me, my most important patient is the mother, and I only, for the last 17 years, have been involved in terminations under clauses A, B, and E. So that's where there's a substantial risk of handicap to the fetus, or where there's a risk or severe illness to the woman. And so from my point of view, I think that that's really easy, and I don't think that Patricia would have a problem with that either.
Very good. Well, we've gone past the time. We've had a very, very, very interesting session, and I'm sorry we didn't have more time for questions and answers, but I think we have to come to an end now, and I just want to express all our gratitude to our speakers for coming here. Gilda had to travel from the United States, and Patricia and Peter came from the United Kingdom. As I was worrying on the last occasion about frozen fog, I was a bit worried about it this week as well. We were worried about it on the last occasion, but hopefully there will be no frozen fog on the outbound, exactly. And I just want to thank you all very, very much for your contribution. It was very helpful. And we'll resume at 2:30 sharp.
Himmels Feuertrunken, himmlische dein Heiligtum, deine Zauber binden nieder, was die Moore streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel weilt. Deine Zauber binden nieder, was die Moore streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel Wie der große Wurf gelungen, eines Freundes Freund zu sein, der ein holdes Weib errungen, mische seinen Jubel ein. Der auch eine Seele seinen auf den Ehrengrund und wir stiegen von der Stille, beugen sich aus diesem Grund. Freude trinken alle Wiesen an den Brüsten der Natur. Alle Guten, alle Bösen folgen Deine Zauber bilden
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I have been standing here patiently for about 3 minutes waiting for the teapot to empty. And I think it's empty now, is it? In any event, we had a very, very difficult, hard-working morning, but I think it was a very useful morning. And I think the discussion on the submissions was particularly useful. And I also think the contributions we got in relation to how abortion operates outside Ireland was very useful. We had very good, instructive talks from the speakers, and I think it was very useful, although it required a lot of concentration, and an awful lot of it was very, very difficult to assimilate, but I think it was really useful. I think the afternoon, in truth, is going to be equally difficult, because we have a very difficult topic again, the topic of rape, and we're dividing it into 2 sessions, and the first session will deal with medical care path issues, and the second session will deal with legal issues. So we're starting with the first session, and our first speaker will be Dr. Maeve Ogan from the Sexual Assault Unit in the Rotunda Hospital, and then she'll be followed by Nolene Blackwell from the Dublin Rape Crisis Centre. So I think we might as well start straight away, and I'll call on Dr. Ogan to take the stand.
Many thanks, Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly and observers. So I have been asked to speak to you about pregnancy in the context of sexual violence from the perspective of the sexual assault treatment units. Obviously, I have never met any of you before. I don't know what your own personal past histories are, and sometimes some of the things that are identified in a presentation such as this can bring up issues that patients may have, or people may have had themselves in the past. And obviously there are a whole number of supports in terms of telephone counselling and person-to-person support provided by the rape crisis networks around the country. So if anything that I say upsets anybody, please ensure that you get the appropriate supports that you may require. I am an obstetrician and gynaecologist in the Rotunda Hospital, and in addition I'm the medical director of the Sexual Assault Treatment Unit in the Rotunda and the National Sexual Assault Treatment Unit Services. I am aware that as a group you like to have case reports and case presentations. Speaking to my colleagues in the Sexual Assault Services and also thinking about it myself, I have chosen not to give you case presentations while they would be anonymised and anonymous to all of us. A survivor of sexual violence may recognise themselves within that. So I've chosen not to actually give you case reports, but more to give you a framework of the services that exist, the supports that we can provide, and pregnancy in the context of sexual violence. So what we know is that there is no country and no culture that's immune to sexual violence, and furthermore there is no typical victim, there are no typical scenarios. We know in Ireland that the data is such that 6% of adult women at least have been raped as adults, with an additional 13% experiencing some form of contact sexual abuse. So really sexual violence is far more prevalent than we would probably individually think. The problem is that many, many people who have survived sexual violence never disclose it to anybody and carry that with them. And that is one of the challenges in terms of preventing pregnancy in the context of sexual crime. Why should people be helped and supported to disclose? Well, this enables them to access care. It enables them to have their physical and their psychological needs met. It facilitates them to access emergency contraception and to access prophylaxis or preventative treatment for infectious diseases. From the point of view of the criminal justice system, disclosure and engagement with An Garda Síochána allows an investigation to commence, and ultimately all of these pathways allow a patient's recovery to begin. These are the services for adults in terms of sexual assault treatment units that have been in existence in this country since 2009. The adult services, which I oversee, they accommodate men and women over the age of 14 years. There are some pockets of excellent care for children, for people younger than the age of 14 years in this country, but the services for children, I would have to say, are less standardised and less universally accessible. The services for adults include the SATU at the Rotunda, which has been in existence for over 30 years. There are newer services in Mullingar and in Galway that have been in existence since 2009. And in addition, there are sexual assault treatment units in Waterford, Cork and Letterkenny. And the aim is that nobody in this country is more than 3 hours from their nearest sexual assault treatment unit, so they can access care, responsive care, when it's required. Forensic examiners provide care with assisting nurses. The forensic examiners may be specially trained doctors or specially trained nurses. We have administrative support in each of the units, and we have links with the local rape crisis centres. In terms of attendances, all this information is within the documentation you have. Since 2009, when we've collated national figures, we've had pretty much between about 650 and 750 men and women presenting to the sexual assault treatment unit services each year. This is only the tip of the iceberg in terms of sexual crime. All the studies that are done nationally and internationally show that very many people don't disclose, so therefore don't seek care. And one of the aims of the sexual assault services is that we tell people about the services that exist. So if somebody is a victim of sexual crime, that they know that they can get care and attention and support. With this in mind, the vast majority of our patients come to us from An Garda Síochána. Probably about 8 out of 10 of all the patients who come to us come via An Garda Síochána, and they have reported an incident of sexual crime. But people come through a variety of other routes. They may present to the hospital emergency room, they may go to their GP, they may look it up on Google and find out that there's a sexual assault treatment unit at the Rotunda, Letterkenny, and go along to the unit themselves. Or indeed, they may contact the Rape Crisis Centre, either personally or through the phone support system. When somebody comes to a sexual assault unit, their physical and psychological needs are an absolute priority. So regardless of what statement needs to be taken, or what scenes of crime stuff needs to be done, or what's required in terms of detection of the crime, the physical and psychological needs are an absolute priority. The patient has 3 options, and we discuss all these with the patient prior to them deciding which route down which they're going to go. The majority of our patients, as I say, come with An Garda Síochána and have a forensic examination. They report the incident to the guards. They receive, when they come, comprehensive medical care, which would include emergency contraception and preventative treatment for infectious diseases. They have psychological support, and they receive forensic care. Their injuries, if they're present, are documented and treated, and the relevant forensic samples are taken, which help the guards detect the crime. Some people decide that they don't want to engage with An Garda Síochána, and if somebody is an adult and is over the age of 18 years, they can choose just to have a health check and care. In this context, they don't disclose to the guards. They receive a health check and medical care, which will also include emergency contraception. They're linked with Rape Crisis. And if they choose this option, I suppose the proviso is if they choose this and they subsequently change their mind and report the incident to An Garda Síochána, the opportunity to take forensic samples may be lost, and therefore forensic samples, so various swabs and samples that may be relevant to detecting the crime may have been lost, because DNA evidence does deteriorate quickly, and in simple terms, after 7 days there isn't any DNA evidence, and indeed the sooner the better we take DNA evidence if we need it. So if a patient is wondering whether or not he or she will report to the guards or won't, we would often say, go report to the guards. Ultimately, they may decide that they don't want to proceed with giving a statement, but at least if the forensic samples are taken, they have that opportunity to have those evaluated. The third option, and this is only available in the last year, is really when somebody is very ambivalent as to whether they wish to report the incident to An Garda Síochána. And in this setting, they can come to a sexual assault unit. We can take the relevant forensic samples and we can store them for up to a year. And that gives the patient the opportunity to consider, to discuss, to receive support, to talk to Rape Crisis, and to decide then in the fullness of time, up to a year, whether or not they wish to report to the guards. And if they do, then the crime can be detected. Option 2 and Option 3 are only available to those over the age of 18 years, and that is because of Children First Guidance and the Withholding of Information Act. So those options are only available to adults over the age of 18 years. So regardless of which of those 3 options a patient has chosen, you can see by the detail I've given you that each of them will be offered emergency contraception. The rape-related pregnancy rate is unknown for an individual, but on a population basis, all the studies that have been done would extrapolate the rate to be about 5%. So about 1 in 20 people who are raped will become pregnant as a result of that. However, an individual's pregnancy risk is influenced by where they were in the menstrual cycle when that rape occurred, and indeed by other variables. So, if they have a medical condition, which means they're not going to get pregnant, they obviously are not going to get pregnant as a result of rape either. If somebody has the time that they're most likely to get pregnant is 1 or 2 days before ovulation, and that is the time in the month where a woman is most fertile. But obviously, depending on where they are in their menstrual cycle, their individual risk of becoming pregnant as a result of an incident of sexual intercourse may be a lot less than that. Emergency contraception, however, is very effective. It's successful in preventing pregnancy in the majority of patients. as long as it's provided within the appropriate time frame. The appropriate time frame is as soon as possible. And in this country now, people can access emergency contraception over the counter. And the reason for that was that people didn't have to wait to make an appointment with a GP or with a family planning clinic, that they could walk into a pharmacy and receive emergency contraception. Within the sexual assault treatment unit, we provide that, and we provide emergency contraception as soon as possible. So when the patient arrives, they will be offered it. In general, it's hormonal or medical emergency contraception that is provided. There are two main types we use: levonorgestrel and ulipristal acetate. Ulipristal acetate is more recently available to us and is used more frequently now because it seems to be much more effective. So that's the middle one on that slide there. It is effective up to 120 hours after an episode of intercourse, but it is more effective the sooner it's given, then the better. And therefore, because we give emergency contraception to all the patients who attend us, there are few pregnancies that result in women who attend the sexual assault treatment unit. However, I must give a bit of a proviso, because we see our patients at the sexual assault treatment unit at time zero, at the time the incident happened. We also offer them follow-up at 1 month, at 3 months and at 6 months. But about a third of our patients don't return for this follow-up. So while I'm standing here and relatively confidently saying that many women don't get pregnant after being at the sexual assault treatment unit, I would have to say that we don't see all our patients back, so I cannot be absolutely conclusive about that. Women do become pregnant after sexual crime, either because they didn't receive emergency contraception, so they never told anybody about it, or because the emergency contraception failed. However, what international studies have shown, women who do become pregnant after sexual crime are more likely to present later on in pregnancy, either because they didn't know they were pregnant, or because they just didn't want to admit that they were pregnant. So that does of itself limit patients' options if they do become pregnant after an incident of rape. This data I have taken with permission from the Rape Crisis Network. This is their 2015 data, and Nolene may well represent some of this information as well. This is within their submission to the Citizens' Assembly. They concluded that in 2015, of the people who contacted them, 5% became pregnant as a result of rape. Now, the people who contact the Rape Crisis Network are slightly different to the people, some of them are the same people, but slightly different from the people who come to sexual assault treatment units. We see patients in sexual assault treatment units in the main acutely after an incident of sexual violence, whereas those who contact the Rape Crisis Network, it may be 25 years since they had their incident of sexual crime. It may be, for those who disclose child sexual abuse, I think the average is about 25 years before they contact the Rape Crisis Network, whereas with those who experience it in adulthood, it may be up to 5 or 6 years. So obviously these are a different population from those who attend the sexual assault unit. But within the 2015 data, there were 46 girls and women who attended a rape crisis centre or contacted the phone line and were pregnant as a result of rape. So although it says in 2015, the rapes did not all occur within 2015. The majority of these survivors went on to give birth and parent. That was enumerated as 37%. 24% had their pregnancies terminated. And 11% of survivors who became pregnant had their child placed for adoption or fostering. And 28% of these had an adverse obstetric outcome in terms of miscarriage or stillbirth. So people do become pregnant as a result of rape, and obviously the decisions they make in that context may be varied, as that pie chart shows. What we would have to say in this country is people can only access pregnancy, or can only access termination of pregnancy following rape if there is a substantial risk to their life, which would include suicide. And as under-disclosure of sexual violence is common, it is very likely that women who become pregnant as a result of rape in this country are represented in the population of patients who were spoken about this morning who travel for termination of pregnancy in another jurisdiction. So just to conclude, patient-focused services for women who've experienced sexual crime mean that pregnancies as a result of rape are infrequently encountered in those who attend the sexual assault treatment unit services. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but it is infrequently encountered because emergency contraception is so very effective. It is therefore imperative that people are encouraged and enabled to disclose sexual violence in the acute sense, so as soon as possible, in order that they can receive appropriate care to limit their short and long-term physical and psychological effects, and obviously those physical effects would include pregnancy. Thank you very much.
We'll hear from Noeline Blackwell now from the Rape Crisis Centre, the Dublin Rape Crisis Centre.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the invitation to come here from all of you, the citizens. And I'm hoping that what we're able to say to you here will just assist you in understanding, I suppose, something about the impact of rape on women and the impact of pregnancy on women who are raped. So I work with the Dublin Rape Crisis Centre, and I'm the CEO there, and I'm here with my colleague Shirley Scott, who also works in the centre with us. And just to give you a little bit of context about us, we're a voluntary organisation, so a non-governmental organisation, and our aims are to prevent the harm of rape and sexual abuse and to heal the trauma of it. And it's particularly in relation to that second part of our mission that I'm asked to come here and give you the experience we have on that work that we do with the victims of rape and sexual violence. And what we offer is an entirely non-judgmental, confidential service. So it's often even anonymous. People who contact us may never give us their name if they're contacting us over the phone. It may take people a lot of time to make an initial contact with us. It can take years, but even people who phone us often won't be able to talk to us on the first phone call. We are totally non-judgmental, so we take the person seriously when they come to us and identify an impact of rape and sexual violence on themselves. And so what we are bringing to you here today is the experience of an organisation that's over 35 years old and that has run a helpline, a 24-hour helpline for over 30 years, and where our counsellors and therapists have a lot of experience in the area. We hope it helps. So we're the largest of a network of 16 rape crisis centres right around the country, in order to provide a geographical spread to people and a way for people to deal with the impact of a rape and sexual violence on them. So we are the biggest, I suppose, because we're working in the biggest area in Dublin. And also we have that national understanding because we're running the national 24-hour helpline. And you'll see our figures there that over 11,500 people contacted us in 2015 about over the telephone, and we see regularly about 500 clients a year for face-to-face therapy as well. We provide an accompaniment service, a companionship service to people who go to Maeve's sexual assault treatment unit in the Rotunda, and we also sometimes accompany people who are engaging with the justice system. And so 284 people went down, there were 284 visits down to the sexual assault treatment unit and 43 to court and Garda stations. Now, we don't have any case studies for you here either, and it is for some of the reasons that Maeve Ogan spoke about, that you don't want to in any way have somebody feel somewhere that they have been identified to you guys. But it's also that other business about, we really will emphasize again and again, there is no such thing as a normal response to rape. Rape is a huge impact to people's, sometimes their body, but also their psyche and their emotions. And you are talking about dealing with the person wherever they are. So people who contact us are not expected to behave in any particular way. And we work with people where they are in order to allow them to come to a stage where they can cope with the impact of rape and get on with their own lives. So people come to us in all sorts of ways. In the paper, we talk about the various stages. People who go to the sexual assault treatment unit in acute crisis can be hysterical, frozen, numb. They can come in to us for face-to-face therapy with the same reactions. They can be furious, they can be so sad, and they can be quite hostile to people who are trying to help them. That's reality, and they can have all of these emotions going on, or several of them going on at the same time. People who contact us on the phone often can't mention it, can't say what has happened, don't know what has happened, or just know something has happened and will eventually get to tell us that they were raped. Now, where people contact us on the phone line, one of the things we're trying to establish is that they're safe, that they feel safe, and that if they need medical attention, they go get it. Very often our counsellors find on the phone line that once you start raising those questions about whether people might have become pregnant as a result of rape or have a sexual disease as a result of rape, we often find that the phone calls end very quickly, because now people have to deal with a new thing that maybe they weren't thinking about, which is that they might be pregnant or that they might have some disease that they need to deal with. In particular, you, I think, need to hear from us about the impact of pregnancy by rape. And again, I just have to go back and say, we're not going to give any easy answer to you. I'd love to be able to give you straight answers to what you want to know, but each case is different. And the other thing that is that we may never hear about a client's pregnancy, or we may not hear about it while they are a client with us, or we may not hear about it until well after they have dealt with the pregnancy in their own way. So, but some of the issues that arise for pregnancy brings a double crisis for sure, because there's the crisis of the rape and there's the crisis of the pregnancy. And some of the things that clients and callers will find is that there's a feeling of shame, feeling of betrayal, there's the terror of it, and there's the anxiety about being pregnant in so many ways. So I'm just going to give you 5 different scenarios that could arise. Somebody contacts us and they've had a baby as a result of rape. Our therapists, our counsellors find that some of the reactions that women will find in those cases is that they feel that they've had the baby, there's an innocent child there, but it's born of aggression, and there may be a loving of the child and a loathing of the child, often at the same time. Client may have had a miscarriage, and in that case there can be a sense of relief that there's no pregnancy, but there can also be a sense of loss, that the baby isn't there even though they didn't want it. In relation to clients who come to us when they're pregnant and are unsure what to do, apart from the ones from whom it dawns on them that they're pregnant while they're talking to us, there is the additional trauma for them of the pregnancy. There are the decisions that they have to make in the context of all of their relationships about whether they are going to proceed, and there are the practical and financial and emotional decisions about either carrying the baby or having an abortion, and all that those entail. If somebody asks us about abortion on the phone line, which is where it would come up, we have to tell them we're not the experts in the area, and we direct them to agencies that are, such as Positive Options or the free text number. A client may contact us after they've had an abortion, and in that case there's a lot of feelings as well. They can feel, but don't have to, feel guilt or sadness at having terminated, the relief of not being pregnant, then a sense of isolation that they can't talk about the rape and they can't talk about the abortion, many of them will feel, and the secrecy surrounding the abortion. And then the anger that some of them will feel at not being able to access a civilized service in their own country as they would see it, or that it's a very complicated process. The final one there is the client who's had a baby as a result of past rape. That's often people who come to us as adults who are talking about childhood sexual abuse, where the child may have been adopted or they may have carried on parenting themselves, and there's the same mix of emotions. One of the things I do want to talk a little bit about, and also Maeve addressed it, is the prevalence of rape. And the answer here again is, I'm afraid I don't know. And the reason is that it is massively underreported. And I have in the paper as well, we've given you 3 studies that give some insight into what we know about the prevalence of rape. And I need to go through this first before we talk about the prevalence of pregnancy as a result of rape from our information. But in a 2002 study, which is still the biggest study done across Ireland, 42% of women who disclosed sexual abuse said they had never told anyone. And 8% of women reported sexual violence to the Gardaí. In a smaller 2009 study, well, smaller segment in Ireland, it was across 11 European countries, Ireland was shown to have one of the lowest conviction rates of 8% for sexual crimes. So a low reporting rate in the first place, as far as we know, and a low conviction rate for rape afterwards. And the findings in 2014 was that about 2% of women, adult women in the European Union, had experienced sexual violence. It's not definitive enough, but we keep complaining we don't have enough data to really know the extent of the problem. It's also relevant, I think, to know who we believe carries out rape and sexual violence. And it's important because this may affect reporting. When you look at my figures there, in relation to adult rape and sexual assault, boyfriends or partners are, who we hear are responsible for about a quarter of all rapes and sexual violence, which is more than the number of strangers. On that figure there, you will see less than 24% of rapes are carried out by strangers. So 75%, or 3 out of every 4, as far as we know, of rapes and sexual violence in Ireland are carried out by somebody known to the victim. And of course, it makes it more difficult to admit it, to deal with it, and to report it if it is somebody known to yourself, particularly in circumstances where family accounts for about 30% of all of the figures as we know them. In relation to childhood sexual abuse, the number of family-centred rapes and sexual assaults is much higher. The stranger rape in that case is 5%. And parents and other relatives added to boyfriends and partners, because children are children until they're 18, means that over half of all rapes are committed and sexual violence are committed within the family in relation to people who are abused as children. So then, looking at pregnancy disclosure as we know it, we used our own figures plus the Rape Crisis Network of Ireland. You would be forgiven for being confused as to the difference between us because our names are so similar. But the Rape Crisis Network of Ireland is a network of a number of the regional centres around Ireland. Currently about 10 or 11, sometimes there are up to 14 centres involved, but so of the 16 centres, I think it currently has about 11. So we pulled it all together as best we could there, and said, again like Maeve's figures, about 4% of women clients of rape crisis centres report pregnancies as a result of rape. It's not brilliant information because we don't have enough data, but from what the experts know, it looks like 4% of pregnancies result in rape. And of that, in the Dublin Rape Crisis Centre, which you have to remember is a very urban-centred centre, about 35% went on to give birth and to parent. About 31% terminated their tenancies, had abortions, and 19% miscarried. We have a small number where children were placed for adoption or we don't know the outcome. The figures in the Rape Crisis Network of Ireland show a higher percentage of the small percentage who report pregnancy at all, but a higher percentage of them went on to parent and a lower percentage went on to terminate. So that was 49% went on to give birth and 18% went on to terminate their pregnancy and 12% miscarried. A more rural profile may have something to do with that. And the final thing I just want to mention is in relation to how we deal with people in the Dublin Rape Crisis Centre and how therapy works for people who are impacted by rape. And I'm going back to, I suppose, something I said at the start, which is that we work with people wherever they are, at their own time, in their own way, and people recover in stages. And one of the issues I think that's particularly relevant to you in the context of looking at whether there should be special provision for victims of rape or incest is that is for us as an organisation engaged in the healing of victims of rape is that people be permitted to take their own journey and heal in their own way at their own pace. For a lot of people, reporting to the Gardaí is never an option. Ever. They're not going to do it. But even for those who are, it can take a long time before they're ready to face that. That's why, for instance, we welcomed the fact that evidence could be stored in the Sexual Assault Treatment Unit for up to a year, to allow people more time to disclose to Gardaí that they were the victims of rape. Because, especially in circumstances where most rapes are carried out by someone known to you, you're taking a big step when you report a crime against somebody who could be your partner, your workmate, or your friend. There's also the business that people, no matter how blameless they are, and no victim is ever responsible for their own rape, blame themselves. And they have to, it's a human thing we tend to do. What did I do to make this happen? And we tend, and so there's that business as well. They often have to work through that before they're prepared to report. Nor will some people who come to us be ready to report to anyone other than us who might make a judgment, which could also make it difficult to report to a medical practitioner of any kind if they can get it. There's also the issue for us that we run a low-cost or a no-cost therapy service for people, and people simply may not have the kind of money to go and get a doctor's certificate or whatever. And finally, in relation to self-reporting, there are issues of self-blame, rape victims being singled out, or their credibility being questioned, all of which could interfere with the therapeutic journey that people are on, because our aim is to ensure that people can cope with and manage their own lives again after rape has impacted on them. So finally, again, just recognising that people here or people who might hear or see this outside of this room may themselves be disturbed by anything we said. I'm reminding people about our local number there, 1800 77 88 88, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
The first thing I'd say is that we do have on our website the details of the Dublin Rape Crisis Centre, and I'm saying that not only for the audience here in the room, but the audience online. We've had an interesting exposition of the reality of rape and the reality of sexual assault and the consequences. And I'm very, very grateful to both of our speakers, Dr. Ogan and Nolan Blackwell, for giving the information to us in a balanced, objective, but yet sensitive manner. It has been really very helpful. And once again, I'll remind you that the papers are on the website and the slides are on the website if you want to you refer. And I'm speaking not just to the people in the room who have already been furnished in advance with the papers, but to people online. The material is there, and I hope you'll find it helpful. We're staying with the difficult topic of rape, and we're moving on to the legal issues now. And we have here to give us a very interesting talk on the subject. One of the top criminal lawyers in the state. We're very privileged to have Tom O'Malley from NUIG to tell us about the legal aspect of rape and sexual offences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And what I want to do is to give what will hopefully be a fairly straightforward account of the main sexual offences, rape specifically, and also some other related offences to it. There are, of course, many sexual offences known to Irish law, and as it happens, there is going through the Oireachtas at the moment and almost completed a new sexual offences bill, which will change the law, I think improve the law considerably, especially as far as child abuse offences are concerned. But I think it's fair to say it's not something that hugely impacts on what we are talking about today. I should also say that nowadays, in dealing with this area, most offences are defined in gender-neutral terms. But because I'm going to concentrate, because of the nature of this Assembly's concerns, on the question of heterosexual offences, or offences that can give rise to pregnancy. We were talking effectively about situations where the perpetrator is male and the victim is female. I suppose one first thing to say there, I think it's important just at the outset to notice that there is a constitutional background to all of this, in that we have to ask the fundamental question, well, why is it that the law criminalises rape and other sexually violent conduct? And the reason is very simple. Of course, it has been done for centuries, but within our constitutional scheme, it has a particular importance because there are certain rights that are protected by the Constitution and certain values that are protected by the Constitution. And one of the most fundamental rights protected by the Constitution is the right to bodily integrity, which was recognised by the Supreme Court back in the mid-1960s. And of course, rape is quintessentially a violation of the right to bodily integrity. There is an increasing recognition of the right to human dignity, or at least the value of human dignity, and also the right to personal autonomy. And therefore, I suppose, what connects all of these sexual offences we're talking about is that they are designed to promote sexual autonomy. In other words, the reason that we criminalise the conduct in question is that we respect personal autonomy as a constitutional value, which means, first of all, that people of full age and capacity should be free to engage in sexual activity with others as they wish, provided the others, of course, are of full age and capacity, but also that they have the right to refuse to engage in sexual activity with anybody, either generally or in specific circumstances. There is also, of course, a strong protective element involved in the sense that we have a law, as most countries, every country does, to ensure that persons below a certain age and persons with mental incapacity are given special protection. So I want to start then with the law of rape, and I'm going to deal with it very simply. Rape consists of sexual intercourse with a person, but we'll concentrate at the moment here on heterosexual intercourse with a woman who does not consent to it. And therefore it's an offence, as we will understand it, between a male and a female. So the first ingredient, the first element, is that sexual intercourse, vaginal sexual intercourse, takes place. The second element is that the female did not consent to it at the time, and I'll come back to consent in a moment. And the third is that the man in question actually knew that the woman was not consenting, or that he was reckless as to whether she was or was not. Now, again, it's important to note that, like with all criminal offences, the prosecution bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt all three of those elements. So the prosecution must prove each of those three things. With regard to consent, There isn't at the present time a statutory definition of consent, but there is about to be such a definition included in the new legislation that I mentioned a moment ago. But essentially that won't change the law in any significant way, because the essence of consent is that it is freely and voluntarily given. It's not a question of coercion or anything like that. It's the person must freely and voluntarily agree to engage in the act in question before there is consent. And it is accepted that there are certain circumstances where a person is not capable or does not consent. For example, if the person is asleep, if the person is heavily intoxicated or heavily drugged, or if the person is subject to violence or is being held in captivity. All of those would be just a few examples of circumstances where a person would not consent. But none of those circumstances need be present. It's a question of fact in each case whether the victim or the complainant consented or did not. And then there is what we call in the law the mental element. That is, a person will not be guilty of an offence unless they had this so-called mental element. You may have heard the expression mens rea, that's exactly what it means. And that is, you're not guilty in this case unless you knew that the other party was not consenting. Again, that's a subjective test. The test is, did this particular defendant know at the time that the complainant was not consenting? It's not an objective test where you ask the question, would a reasonable person in the circumstances have known that the complainant was not consenting? It must be, the focus of the inquiry must be on the individual defendant himself. What did he know at the time? Though it is, of course, true that his, and the Supreme Court has said this as late as a few months ago, that the defendant's belief, if it was a belief, in the complainant's consent must be genuine. So he must have genuinely believed that she was consenting. So those then are the three elements of rape, if you like. It's also important just to say very briefly that rape within marriage does exist. There isn't any difference. At one time there was, or we believe there was, a thing called the spousal rape exemption, but that was formally abolished in 1990. Now, I've dealt with the mental element already. And the same rules apply, and the same maximum sentence of life imprisonment applies as well, even whether rape is committed inside or outside marriage. Now, the next offence I just want to mention used to be known in the old days as statutory rape or unlawful carnal knowledge, and it's very simply this. It has been recognised for centuries that persons below a certain age require special protection, and therefore a person who has sexual intercourse with a person below the specified age of consent is guilty of an offence. And in this country at the present time, that age of consent is 17 years. So therefore, if a male, who could be of any age, has sexual intercourse with a girl or female, as I'll say, to be neutral about it, under the age of 17 years, he is guilty of an offence. And her consent, even if she does consent, is no defence whatever to him. Now, there was a change made in the law in 2006 as a result of a constitutional decision of the Supreme Court, which means that if a person who is charged, a male who is charged with this offence, will have a defence if he was genuinely mistaken as to her age, which can sometimes happen. In other words, he might have had good reason to believe that she was over the age of 17 years. She might even have told him, misled him to believe that she was over the age of 17 years. That is now a defence to a person charged with that offence. But again, I just want to make it absolutely clear that the young woman's consent is no defence to a male in those circumstances. The only defence he has is that he was mistaken as to her age. The offence becomes even more serious when it is committed against a person under the age of 15 years, because then it carries a maximum sentence of life imprisonment, which is the same as for rape. There is a slight change going to be made in the law under the new legislation, because one of the contentious areas here is what happens when, for example, both parties are young, both are teenagers, and there will be built into the new legislation, well, what used to be known in the old days in England as a young man's defence. Essentially, it'll be that where the girl, let's say, was aged between 15 and 17, and if he was about the same age group, no more than 2 years older, and if she was genuinely consenting, then he will have a defence. But suffice it to say that if the girl is under the age of 15 years, well then, unless there was a genuine mistake on the male's part as to age, he will be guilty of a serious criminal offence which carries up to life imprisonment. Then the next offence I just want to mention is, I've given you that, what we will be soon calling a sexual act with a protected person. At the present time, we have an offence which isn't a very satisfactory one, which is the offence of having sexual intercourse with what's called a mentally impaired person. That carries a maximum sentence of up to 10 years imprisonment. And the essence of that offence is that you have intercourse with, well, a woman, could be a male actually, but we're just concerned with heterosexual activity, that you have sexual intercourse with a woman who is known to you to be, in the present language, mentally impaired. That's going to change, and I think very much for the better, under the new law, which is about to be enacted by the Oireachtas. It will now be called Sexual Act with a Protected Person. And essentially this will be a more finely tuned provision that will make it an offence punishable with up to life imprisonment if there is sexual intercourse involved with a person who is incapacitated to the extent that she or he, we'll say for present purposes, she does not understand the nature of the act, for example, or isn't capable mentally of evaluating the kind of information that would be necessary in order to decide whether to consent or not. And that, as I say, should be enforced hopefully fairly soon. Incest, this is an offence I can deal with fairly briefly. It isn't, I think, prosecuted all that often because it often takes the form of child sexual abuse, and therefore other offences can be charged instead. But it is an offence that can be committed by either a man or a woman. Essentially, a man commits incest if he has sexual intercourse with his mother, sister, daughter or granddaughter, and then a woman commits incest provided she has reached the age of 17 years, and then if she consensually permits her father, grandfather, son or brother to have sexual intercourse with her. One of the things about incest is that it's not dependent on age. In other words, sorry, I put that slide on too soon, but incest is not dependent on age. You know, a middle-aged brother and sister who fully consented to have intercourse would be guilty of incest just as much as if there was a more abusive relationship involved. But in effect, it is most likely to be charged when there is an imbalance of power, if you like, in the relationship. In other words, it'll be father, daughter, older brother, younger sister, or, you know, that kind of relationship. And again, the important aspect of it is that consent on the part of either party will not prevent them from being prosecuted and convicted of the offence in question. There was until recently rather, well, what some people saw as an unsatisfactory situation whereby a man convicted of incest could be sentenced to up to life imprisonment. A woman faced only up to 7 years imprisonment. There were one or two rather serious cases that happened within the country over the last number of years where a woman was convicted of incestuous conduct with a teenage son, and as a result of those cases, the new legislation will equalise the maximum sentence, so it will now be life imprisonment, irrespective of whether the perpetrator, so to speak, or the main perpetrator was a man or a woman. So they are the main sexual offences for our purposes here today. And I just want to say something then about sentencing of sexual offences. In this country, sentencing is largely discretionary. That is to say that every offence carries a maximum sentence which is prescribed by law. The maximum sentence is usually quite high, and it is generally left to the discretion of the trial judge, subject obviously to the appeal courts, to decide what the appropriate sentence is in each individual case. There are several principles, if you like, that are well accepted and that guide the courts in terms of the sentences that they impose. The principle, the main guiding principle, is the principle of proportionality, which means that a sentence must in every case be proportionate both to the gravity of the offence and to the personal circumstances of the offender. So if you like, there are two parts to the sentencing decision. A judge has to first of all look at the gravity of the offence, where does it rank on the overall scale of gravity, and then make any adjustments that are necessary to accommodate or to reflect the circumstances of the offender at the time of sentence. For example, it could be a significant factor if the offender was suffering from serious ill health or old age, had family responsibilities or whatever at the time of sentence. Those are factors that obviously have to be taken into account. However, we do have a specific provision in relation to sex offences, or a specific judge-made rule, which was decided by the Supreme Court in 1988, I should say, almost 30 years ago now. That was a case which is mentioned in the handout, where it is held that the sentence for rape should always be, save in the most exceptional circumstances, that the sentence should always be a substantial and immediate custodial sentence. That it should be a substantial sentence and an immediate sentence. In other words, it shouldn't be a suspended prison sentence. And that, I think it is fair to say, has remained the law ever since and has been applied ever since. Obviously, it is difficult to sentence any offence. And when it comes to sex offences, there are so many different factors that have to be taken into account. For example, when you're dealing with rape cases, and I'm including that kind of broadly sexual violent offences generally, you may be dealing with one isolated offence, which of course is very serious, and that's the kind of offence the Supreme Court had in mind. But of course you may well be dealing with a pattern of abuse, where somebody's been sentenced at the same time for maybe some dozens, and perhaps even hundreds in some cases, of sexual offences committed against a victim, typically a child victim, and typically a considerable time in the past. As both of the previous speakers have mentioned, very often several years or decades will have elapsed before child abuse is reported, and therefore the offender has been sentenced maybe some decades after the abuse in question ended. So there are so many variations in this area that it's difficult, or it would be difficult, to come up with any kind of very definite sentencing guidelines for sex offences. We don't have any real guidelines for sex offences at the present time. But generally speaking, sex offenders are sentenced very severely, and in the kind of case that I've just mentioned, where there has been serial child abuse of one or more victims, the courts have imposed, and the appeal courts have occasionally upheld, life sentences, or sometimes there would have been 10 to 14 years imprisonment and sometimes higher. One of the issues that sometimes is raised, or one of the questions raised, would be if, for example, you had a heavier sentencing regime, or if you had mandatory sentencing or very firm guidelines, would this actually reduce the incidence of crime, not just rape, but any other crime? And unfortunately, the evidence to support that conclusion is very weak. Obviously, punishment has some deterrent effect. It's probably fair to say that there'd be more crime committed if we didn't punish it, appropriately. But the idea that, some kind of increase in the general levels of sentence would have any significant effect on the levels of crime, unfortunately, is totally unsupported. This notion that deterrence, that punishment deters to any appreciable degree, I'm afraid to say, is often wildly optimistic. And one of the reasons for this is that deterrence only works, or the threat or the fear of a heavy punishment only works if you assume that offenders are rational actors. In other words, that at the time they're committing the offence, they think about what will the consequences be if I do this. And in fact, some crimes are, but not all crimes, are committed in that kind of rational way. They're much more likely to be committed in the heat of the moment, or in circumstances where the offender either doesn't know or doesn't care what the likely consequences will be. And as well as that, one of the other main findings that the research has shown is that the prospects of being caught are a far greater deterrent than the likely punishment. People usually underestimate the likelihood of ever being convicted of the offence in question. And while they do, if they assume that there is a very good chance that they will get away with it, that they won't be caught, well then that is, if that's the situation, no amount of punishment will deter people. After all, murder in this country carries an absolute mandatory sentence of life imprisonment. There are some countries in the world where it carries the death sentence. Yet, of course, you have murders. So, there's no punishment that will in itself be an absolutely effective deterrent. Other factors have to be taken into account, notably, as I say, the prospects of being caught. Again, I don't want to be misleading about this. As I said at the outset, of course, the threat of heavy punishment has some deterrent effect, but it would be foolish on the basis of all the experience we have so far to assume that it is the answer to the problem. And then the final issue that I was just asked to address is probably the most difficult one, and that is rape as a possible ground for abortion, or a reason why abortion might be granted. Now, of course, the question itself is a policy question and completely outside of my remit. I'm not here to talk about whether you should or you should not accept rape as a ground for abortion. But what I can just say to you, I've just been asked to discuss with you very briefly, is some of the issues that might arise from a legal perspective if that were to happen. And I suppose the main issue that would arise from a legal perspective would be, what kind of proof would you require of the rape having taken place? Now again, of course, when I talk about rape, not just talk about rape in the legal sense that I have outlined it earlier on, of, if you like, sexual intercourse, non-consensual sexual intercourse, I will be including here child abuse, which involves sexual intercourse, and incest and sexual intercourse with a mentally disabled person. So I'll use, if I made the expression rape, to cover all of those just for the moment. But leaving aside whatever form it might take, one of the big questions, as I say, would be, what level of proof would you require that the person claiming to be raped had been raped? And I suppose you could think about it in two ways. You could look at it as a spectrum, if you like. At one end of the spectrum, you could take a very strict approach and say, well, you shouldn't accept that rape has taken place unless there has been a conviction for rape. In other words, unless a man has been convicted of raping the woman in question. Now, to be quite honest about it, I don't believe that would be a realistic approach for this reason. As I said to you already, rape is very specifically defined. It has all of these elements: sexual intercourse with a woman who isn't consenting by a man who knew she was not consenting, and it's up to the prosecution to prove all of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And it can take a great deal of preparation and gathering of evidence and so on before the DPP is in a position to bring a case to court in those circumstances. In addition to that, there tends to be a considerable lapse of time between between, let's say, a complaint to the Gardaí and the case reaching a conclusion, so that even if there is a verdict, it may be up to 2 years or more before you have, a verdict which could, of course, be a verdict of acquittal or a verdict of guilty. And of course, as the previous speakers have said, there are many, many cases which, for one reason or another, never reach that stage at all, because many of them may never be reported. Many of them that are reported may not lead to proceedings being taken, very often for good legal reasons, and so on and so forth. And therefore there are many reasons why a very significant number of cases, even if reported, will never reach a verdict. And if they do, the time lag is going to be probably 2 or 3 years. In some cases, even if the person pleads guilty, it could be a year or up to a year. So therefore, you can see how waiting for a criminal conviction wouldn't be a runner, given the kind of time span within which a decision would have to be taken as to whether an abortion might be made available or not, assuming that it was the law that it could be. And then at the other end of the spectrum, you might take a much different approach and say, well, all that we should require is an assertion by the woman in question, a formal claim that she had been raped and that that would be it. Now, both of those would obviously raise issues, but all I can do in the circumstances is to leave you with a few questions, and that is, if waiting for a criminal conviction is impractical, as I think it probably is, I don't see any major change in the present system so that, you'd have a criminal conviction or an acquittal, as the case may be, within much shorter a time than we have now. And as I say, that can be sometimes measured in years rather than months. So if a criminal conviction is impracticable, what other form of proof would be acceptable? Then if some other form of proof were adopted, let's say some kind of an inquiry, what standard of proof would be required? To what extent would the complainant have to satisfy, let's say, this inquiry, whoever it might be, that her claim was true? And again, one of the issues that has been raised, because this is available, they have such procedures in other countries, sometimes it can be quite stressful for the victim, the complainant, because if they have to go through some kind of an examination or a legalistic type of examination, or I don't want to use the word interrogation in a pejorative way, but if they have to be questioned in order to establish, whether they're telling the truth or not, that of course can be quite stressful for complainants. We all know that going through a criminal trial can be a very, very stressful experience for a complainant, even though our systems have improved a lot in recent years. But still, any kind of, especially at that stage, and the circumstances that the person is in, can be indeed quite stressful. Another question that would arise is, would the alleged perpetrator have to be identified? And if so, would he have any rights in the process? In other words, obviously it may well be I'm not suggesting for a moment that complainants of rape are telling lies. I don't want to give that impression at all. All I'm saying is that as a matter of fairness, as a matter of natural justice, that if somebody does make a serious allegation, especially against some particular individual, it could be you or it could be I, about anything, it's only right that we should have the opportunity to defend ourselves. And so if a particular individual is named, should he have rights to be heard, to contradict the allegation, or to challenge the allegation in some way or other? That's a factor that would have to be mentioned. Should the woman be entitled to immunity from criminal or civil action in relation to her claim? It's obviously a serious criminal offence to make a false complaint that an offence has been committed against you. That doesn't just apply to rape, it applies to robbery or any other offence, because especially if you make that complaint to the Gardaí, and if it turns out to be false, that is, of course, a serious criminal offence which can carry up to 7 years imprisonment. And therefore, there would have to be a question raised, would a person, if they made such a complaint, which was later turned out not to be accepted, would that leave the complainant open perhaps to criminal proceedings or to civil proceedings for defamation? Again, it might be possible to draft a law in such a way that would give a complainant immunity from being prosecuted or from being sued in those circumstances. That's a factor that will be taken into account. And then, finally, I suppose the last one I'd mention here is if you were to accept rape as a ground for abortion and to have some other system of the kind that I'm talking about, in other words, some kind of an inquiry that would have to be conducted, would it be an absolute requirement, first of all, that the Gardaí would have to be informed? In other words, would it be a requirement that before you would accept the allegation from a person that she had been raped, would it be, if you like, an absolute fundamental requirement that there would have to be some formal complaint made to the Gardaí? In some European countries where they have that, where they do accept rape as a ground for abortion, it varies a lot from one country to another. It's actually quite difficult to get up-to-date information about some of them, but most of them do require some kind of formal interaction with the criminal justice system first. In other words, that there would be a complaint to the police, or that some kind of or some kind of court proceedings would be initiated. And therefore, that would be the main issue. They would be the issues that would be involved. Again, I would just conclude with the point which I just touched on earlier, and that is we're talking so far on the assumption that we're talking about somebody, let's say an adult victim, alleging that she had been raped, and these are the kind of issues that would arise. Of course, you also have big questions where the offence in question might be sexual intercourse with a person under the age of consent. Now, in some of those cases, they are rape in everything but name. Let's be clear about that. It will be a father or a brother or a stranger or a teacher or whatever abusing a child, and therefore that would be equivalent to rape. Of course, in other cases, especially when you're talking about older teenagers, let's say people around 15, 16, 17 years, the pregnancy could arise from an act that is strictly speaking criminal, but where there was, if you like, consent. So again, that's just a factor that you'd have to bear in mind when considering this area. I know it's a rather complex area, this last matter that I mentioned, but any questions and discussion you have afterwards, I'd be very happy to participate in that. So thank you very much indeed for listening.
Well, I want to thank Tom O'Malley for, first of all, giving us such a clear exposition of the law in relation to the relevant sexual offences here. And I'm particularly grateful to him for dealing with the last segment, if I may put it that way, of his talk, because I specifically asked him to address that in the knowledge that it went beyond the legal aspect, as it is now, of the sexual offences. But it is important that we, at this stage, begin to consider the issues from a legal perspective if rape was regarded as a ground for abortion. This is only the start of this discussion. I think it is a topic we're going to have to go into in greater depth, perhaps during the next weekend, but I think it was very, very useful to have it introduced at this stage, and I'm really grateful to Tom for dealing with it. Thank you very much. Now, we're going to have the roundtable discussion now, and the next public session will start at 4:15. 4:30. All right. The next public session will start at 4:30, and that public session is very important because it's the question and answer session arising from these three talks. Thank you very much.
Thank
nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen und freudenvollere.
I think it's now time to start our final session for this evening. So we're going to move on to our Q&A session on the 3 very interesting papers we had this morning. And I just want to again say that we did give some conversation starters, which are there. Just as I say, I'd like to be open about all of this. And one other thing I've been meaning to say all day, and I keep forgetting it, there are biographies of all of our speakers on the website, and I should have said that. I didn't say it on the last occasion or on the previous occasion, but that is the position. So we'll move on to the questions, and as usual, we have the roaming mics on both sides, and we'll hear the questions from either the members themselves or from the facilitators. So put up your hand and the mic will come in your direction, hopefully.
Thank you, Judge. We have 3 questions that we'd like to raise. The first will be directed to Tom O'Malley. One of our members expressed an interest in comparative legal systems, such as the French system of the inquiring magistrate. And this goes to the time window, the very restricted time window for a woman getting pregnant through rape, and that this could lead to a perhaps shorter window for the woman to get an abortion, and how you might feel about that. The second question goes to the 2 other speakers in terms of how do you feel about is it possible to get a statistical figure as to the women who don't avail of these services at all, the women who are outside of this, in terms of the women who would go down to their local pharmacy and go the journey alone in terms of getting the pill over the counter? Is there any data on those women possibly available? And the last question goes to the statistical figure of the 37% of women who get pregnant through rape who choose to parent the child, who choose to continue with the pregnancy. How would you both feel in terms of, do you think the outcome for these women would be different today had the options of legalized abortion been available? Would their situation now be different? That's it.
All right. Well, then will we take the questions in order, and Tom will take that question about the French system first.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the questioner. All I can say is this: I'm not now very familiar with the French system. I have some familiarity with it generally, but the French criminal justice system, but not specifically in this context. One issue that your question does bring to mind, which I didn't really, for time reasons, mention in my own presentation, is that when you're looking at what kind of time opportunity would be involved, in other words, how long a time would there be, obviously that in turn depends on what the prevailing law might be as to the length of time within which an abortion would be permissible. I mean, I'm just talking here in the abstract now. If a law was introduced and, if, for example, it said it can only be within the first 12 weeks or the first 16 weeks, wherever it might be, well, then obviously that would constrain, if you like, the opportunities for an investigation even further. They do have that system in France whereby criminal investigations are judicially supervised from the outset in a way that they are not here. Here, the Gardaí and the DPP are responsible for the case until it reaches a court. But all I would say is that either way, even if you did have something like this, if you had some kind of a specific investigatory system to deal with allegations of rape as a possible ground for abortion, you would still have to make important decisions as to who would be and what kind of person, in terms of qualifications, would be the appropriate investigator, and to what extent they would need to be convinced of the truth of the claim. Again, as I say, nobody is suggesting that people are telling lies. It's just that as a matter of ordinary justice and legality and so on, there has to be some system for establishing a claim. It doesn't matter what the claim is. So those factors, if you like, that is certainly a question that would still remain. I'm not saying it's insoluble by any means. I'm not saying there isn't an answer to it, but a very definite policy decision would have to be made as to who would be responsible for assessing a claim of rape and what level of proof they would require.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to the second question, and maybe both Maeve and Nolene may have an observation on it.
Yeah, so in relation to the question about are there statistics on those who don't avail of rape crisis centre services or SATU services, there aren't, we don't have any reliable statistics as far as we know. However, TUSLA, the Child and Family Agency, have been gathering together information as best they can over the past year. And when you add that to previous studies, including that 2002 study that I quote in my paper, the 2002 study is probably the best. And it identifies that probably only about 1 in 10 avails of rape crisis centre services countrywide. So there's need there for 9 out of 10 people, or 9 out of 10 people don't come to us. So instead of seeing 500, if we saw everybody who needed it, we would see 5,000 a year. So that's the best that I can do in terms of statistics.
Yes, yeah. Maeve, do you have any information?
No further. We can only say about the people that we see. We can't say who's below the tip of that iceberg. In terms of pharmacies, any pharmacy you go into does have a sign up. If you'd like to speak to the pharmacy and the pharmacist in private, you can, and just ask. And in that situation, we certainly have had patients who've come to us having gone to a pharmacy to buy emergency contraception and having been encouraged to seek additional support by the pharmacist. So that option does exist for patients. In terms of whether the outcome would be different for people who are now who did choose to parent a child, it may be that they became pregnant 25 or 30 years ago and they're only now contacting Rape Crisis. So obviously things may be different for them if they were to conceive now. Also, there is access to emergency contraception now, which wouldn't have been there 20 years ago. And obviously, it would be easier for them to access termination of pregnancy in another jurisdiction now than it would have been previously. So certainly, there may well be, they may well have made different choices in a different set of circumstances. But I think, as Nolene says, we very much, certainly within Rape Crisis, the patient would lead the counselling and the journey that they're on. And if they want to talk about the pregnancy, it may well be that they will also be directed to different counselling supports for crisis pregnancy than purely just for the incident of rape and sexual violence.
Nolene, what's your view on that last
Yes,
question?
thanks, Chair. It's a very important question because I did not stress this in the presentation. The figures I give of 35% who go on to parent and 31% who terminate is simply an indication of the ultimate choice that the person made, not of the ultimate decision, the ultimate outcome, not their choice. So we don't know, was that the choice of people along the way? And we only know, those stats are based on the pregnancies we know. Pregnancies are not always disclosed to us. So that is a very limited set of statistics.
Very good.
So as the facilitator for Table 6, I've been asked to ask these questions on behalf of the members of the table. There's 2 questions. The first one is for Nolene Blackwell and Dr. Ogan. And the members of the table would like to know, in their opinion or experience, why do victims of rape not go forward with prosecution? And the second question is for Mr. O'Malley. And it relates to, in countries that do allow abortion for victims of rape, what guidelines or criteria do they use?
Well, let's take the first question first.
There's a whole range of reasons. There are as many reasons as there are people. Many of them, unfortunately, it comes down to the patient just not wanting to disclose the incident to anybody other than the rape crisis or the sexual assault unit, so that they don't want to disclose it to An Garda Síochána, and therefore they don't make a complaint, so therefore there isn't a prosecution. It may also be that the complaint is detected, the book of evidence goes to the DPP, and the DPP decides that there isn't a prosecution going to be made. So there are a whole range of reasons. The perpetrator may die, and therefore the case dies. You know, so there are a lot of reasons. And also, as Tom alluded to, the process is quite long. So, you know, somebody could attend the SATU tonight, and in 3 years' time, the case may still not have been heard in court. So that itself is difficult as well.
Yeah. Nolene, your experience.
So Chair, that's it. 75% of victims know their perpetrator. This must affect the outcome in some way, as far as we know. There are issues around evidence. Like, for instance, one of the things someone may want to do is shower immediately after being raped. That can destroy evidence and mean that no prosecution is possible. This has happened. There are the whole business of people feeling they themselves are partly to blame for it, in spite of the fact we all know that a victim cannot be responsible for rape. The justice system is harsh. In sexual violence and domestic violence alone, the complainant is the same as the victim, and their evidence is very often the only evidence that's there. So somebody will have to continue reporting on this traumatic impact on them for possibly years. And this makes it a very, very serious decision to go forward to report. So there are, absolutely agreeing with Maeve Hogan, there are a myriad of reasons why people don't do it.
Very good. Then we have another question. We have another question which I think is a very important question, because just after today's talk, it struck me that this is perhaps an issue we may have to explore further, and I mean the Secretariat and the Expert Advisory Group. Tom, to what extent can you help us on that?
Well, not as much as I would like, Chairperson, and it's unfortunately due to lack of knowledge, because it's like rather difficult to get up-to-date information.
Yes, yeah.
What I do know, and this is going on the basis of, as much as I have been able to kind of identify over the last week or so, just looking into the matter, and certainly I do undertake to assist the judge and the Chairperson and the Secretariat with any further information I can find out between now and later meetings. One point I do want to make is this: it is a ground. Rape is recognised, or non-consensual sex in some cases is how it's phrased, is recognised in some continental European countries, or was until fairly recently at least, like Finland, Spain, Germany and various others, as a ground, but only one ground on which abortion might be available. Now, there will be several other grounds as well, some of which will be virtually identical to what's in our present legislation. My information is that, at least the most recent information I can get, is that in many of those countries, that rape ground, as I call it, isn't used very often. Because, of course, very often there will be a person would have more than one justification for seeking abortion. In other words, it wouldn't be just the fact that it is rape. But certainly it does appear to be the case. And I think earlier investigations in this country, going way back to the year 2000, found also that most of those countries do have some requirement, beyond a mere assertion on the part of a person that she had been raped. They do require, for example, that there might be a formal complaint made to the police, or that there might be a formal complaint made to some other authority. So that therefore there is usually, if you like, or I think in one case, I think in Germany at one point, it was raised something to the effect that there had to be convincing evidence to the effect that the rape had happened. So it varies from one country to another. And I suppose, again, this is an area where anybody deciding the matter in this country would have to make quite an important, probably difficult policy decision in terms of saying, well, what kind of proof would we require and who would have to be satisfied of the matter.
Thank you very much. I do think that there may be guidance to be had by what happens in other countries, and I think it's something we probably, at this level I'm talking about, we probably do have to explore further. And I'm grateful for Tom's offer for further information.
I'm a member of Table 9, or Table 12 even. This question is for Ms. Nolene Blackwell of the Dublin Rape Crisis Centre and for Dr. Mae Vaughan. In the context that clients may not be ready to report a rape to a doctor, if abortion is made available to a woman who asserted that she had been raped without requiring further proof, what proportion of victims, in your experience, would be emotionally capable to tick a box, bearing in mind they may not want to make it obvious that they were a victim of rape or incest?
Yes. Nolene.
So thank you very much for that question. It is one of the things that our therapists and counsellors were anxious that I bring to this room, the difficulty in relation to that. I can't give you a proportion because there is no typical reaction to rape or to pregnancy as a result of rape. But it is a real concern for us that a situation would arise where a woman is required to self-report, leading to the potential for delaying her recovery or re-traumatizing her, either because she now has to make an assertion herself against a known family member, perhaps a partner, that she has to deal with the credibility questions that might be raised if she accuses someone of rape in some way, and in relation to the fact that if she could access legal termination in that way, that there would be a label on her that she had asserted rape or incest. So we don't know the answer. We're simply saying it would be a concern for the women who come to us who have to deal with the impact of pregnancy as a result of rape. And I hope it's helpful.
Yes. What's your experience, Maeve?
And well, the only other point, I would absolutely agree with Nolene. And the other point is that even if somebody has the strength to say, yes, I was raped, to make that assertion, there is no definitive examination that will absolutely and conclusively say, yes, that person was, no, that person wasn't. So the examinations that we do in the sexual assault unit, very many of them, we do not identify any injuries. And there may be no DNA evidence. Does that mean the patient wasn't raped? So this is one of the things that we have when we give evidence in court. That, I suppose the presumption would be if somebody was raped, well, there will always be an injury, there'll be blood, or there'll be something there that absolutely conclusively confirms that the patient was raped. The human body is designed to have sex, and consequently there may not be any signs or injuries or evidence. So even if someone has the strength to disclose it, there isn't a definitive test that I as a doctor can do that says, yes, okay, that woman can have a termination because it was definitely rape.
Very good. Any more questions?
Hello, I'm the facilitator at table 13. The number of citizens at this table have 4 questions. The first question is there any research into the relationship or bond between a survivor of rape and their child? And linked with that, is there any comparative data from other countries, such as the UK, as regards survivors of rape who proceed with the resultant pregnancy? The next question is, have you had any experience of people making false rape claims? And the last question is, are there supports that you're not providing that you feel there should be provided? For example, financial support for rape survivors to seek abortions or to have pregnancy or raise their child?
Yeah, very good questions.
Well,
Nolene might address the pregnancy one because she, I think,
yeah.
incorporated that in her presentation. some of the challenges.
So the relationship between the survivor of rape and their child. So that's one of the things that people will be bringing into the therapy with them, and people bring in concerns about the fact that their child is a result of rape, that it's an innocent child, but that there was violence involved in the conception of the child, and that the child is being carried, sometimes not as a result of free choice, but simply the way their lives worked out. So there are bits and pieces of research done into this area where the therapist would be trying to help people cope with all of that, but I have nothing to say in general about the relationship of parents and children in those circumstances. It's in each individual case. In relation to fault, do you want me to deal with the three of them, Chair, or do you want to take them one at a time?
We'll take them one at a time. Does anybody have anything to add to that? All right, then we'll go on and deal with the false rape claim. Maybe Tom, have you ever had any experience of that?
Well, a little bit. I'll let maybe Noreen go ahead first, and then I can
supplement.
Yeah.
All right, it's good to come before Tom O'Malley rather than after him. So one of the things that we get asked all the time in the Dublin Rape Crisis Centre is, don't a lot of people make false claims of rape? And I suppose in an era where we know a lot more about false news and the rest of it, we have to in some ways identify somebody who makes a claim of sexual violence which may later not found to be a claim of rape. It may not found to be a crime of rape, but nonetheless that is not a false allegation in our view. There is research there. There is, of course, the reality that people will make false claims in relation to any crime, but it is normally far less than people think. So people think it's quite a high incidence. In fact, the incidence is something around 3 or 4% maximum. And that's only as far as you can see where the claim gets taken far enough down the line. So that's what the research shows.
Yes.
And there was one paper, I think I mentioned it to one of the tables over here, their Crime Prosecution Service in the UK did a study between 2011 and 2012 over about 17 months, and they found that they had 46 prosecutions for false claims, corresponding with something like 6,000 prosecutions for rape.
Right.
So I think that shows, there is a small percentage, but it's probably it's a misplaced belief that it may be a very prevalent issue.
And would that coincide with your view, Tom?
Yes, it would, Chairperson. In the sense, I mean, my only experience of it is just being aware of prosecutions for it. I mean, we've had few of them, relatively few of them in this country, more of them obviously in Britain because of a much larger population. They do, I mean, it is obviously, it should be said, a serious offence, because if it is a purely false complaint that has no foundation whatsoever, to accuse somebody of rape with the disastrous consequences that a conviction for rape would have for any person, well then obviously it has to be treated as a very serious offence, and it's very often punishable with imprisonment. However, I just want to emphasise the two things that Nolene said, especially at the outset, and that is that a false complaint means somebody making a complaint that has no basis whatsoever in reality. It's not a question of somebody making a genuine complaint of rape, which may, for example, end up in an acquittal because the jury isn't satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, that the accused person, was aware that the complainant was not consenting. So, in other words, that's not a false complaint. That could be a perfectly genuine complaint. It's just that it didn't fulfil, as Nolene said, the legal requirements. So, I mean, people needn't have any concerns whatsoever. And I'd like to send out that message very clearly. If people have found themselves subject to any kind of sexual violence, they need to have no worries whatsoever about making a complaint, and they will get the support. But it's, as I say, in circumstances where there's no foundation of it, no foundation for the complaint against that particular individual at all, against the person who was the alleged perpetrator. And again, yes, the evidence, it's notoriously difficult to get evidence of the percentage of false complaints. It certainly is, it's definitely in single figures. And you hear figures for 4, 5, 6% of cases that is the best information I have, I think.
Very good. Then we'll move on to the adequacy of the supports that are available. Do you have a view on that? Or is it, it's very broad, it's a very broad question.
Yeah, I mean, the adequacy of the emotional supports, is that the question, or the physical supports?
I suspect it covers financial as well, am I right?
In terms of supports, the supports that were mentioned were financial support,
yes,
to seek abortions or to have pregnancy and to raise a child.
Yes. Okay, so obviously a patient who seeks an abortion following a termination of pregnancy or following a rape in this country has to travel to another jurisdiction unless she is suicidal. So there are obviously huge financial implications for a patient in that context. There's a lot of discussion at the moment in terms of patients who've experienced domestic and sexual violence and the supports that exist for them in this country. And indeed, there are countries that have specific antenatal clinics for pregnant women who have become pregnant in the context of domestic and sexual violence. So I suppose there are additional things that could be provided. The services, I suppose the biggest gap in terms of services in this country is for victims of sexual crime is actually for child victims of sexual crime, those under the age of 14 years. In this country, there isn't a joined up strategic paediatric facility. There isn't the same access to paediatric services for child victims of sexual crime as there is for adult victims of sexual crime, so that is a gap.
Yeah, very good. Noel, in your experience?
Yes, and actually this came up when we were doing our survey within the office in terms of services. And it's kind of something I would say it, wouldn't I? But if people do have adequate services at a very early stage in relation to a crisis rape and pregnancy as a result of rape, they can make much better decisions. But all of the services that support victims of sexual violence aren't, by everybody's standards, are not good enough. There aren't enough of us doing this kind of work. There isn't enough therapy available to people. Therefore, people can't make the better decisions that they could make if they had more support in a timely way. So definitely in terms of, it's an area where there isn't enough support really to victims of very violent crime. It's an area that's hard to talk about. It's hard for you to talk about, hard for everyone to talk about. But you could see that with better services, people could make better decisions for themselves. If that's helpful.
Thank you very much.
I'm the facilitator for Table 3, and the citizens have 2 questions. The first is for Nolene. In the statistics you gave for women who become pregnant through rape, there's a big difference between the Dublin figures and the national figures. In Dublin, 31% have a termination and 35% choose to go on and parent. But nationally, 18% have a termination and 49% choose to go on to parent. And the citizens wondered if you have a view on why there's such a big difference. The second question is for Tom. If we were to legislate for abortion through rape, could the accused perpetrator, who at that stage wouldn't be convicted, have rights to block the abortion?
I think we'll go the easy one first. That's Nolene's.
All right, so thank you very much for that question. Yeah, there's something about it. We do wonder, is there something about the fact that we're so Dublin-based? And in fact, that it can be easier in some ways to access a termination from Dublin than it might be from a smaller place. So the Rape Crisis Network of Ireland figures are of the regional centres, some of them very small and some of them very local. So that's really, we wonder about it rather than knowing about it. But going back to, this is actually what has happened over the past 10 years. It's not necessarily the choices that people made to either proceed with the pregnancy or to terminate. You know, we can simply record the ultimate outcome there.
Yes. And Tom, the rights, if any, of the alleged perpetrator?
Well, yes, would be the short answer. I
Yeah.
mean, that's one of the points I was kind of just touching on very briefly during the presentation.
Yes.
Because let's just take a scenario whereby the perpetrator, the complainant and the alleged perpetrator were actually in a relationship. I mean, suppose they were married, for example. and the woman becomes pregnant, seeks an abortion and says, well, it was as a result of rape, or maybe just they were in a long-term relationship or whatever, he contests that, and he says, well, this is my child, my unborn child. I have a duty to protect the right to life of that child, and therefore I think certainly he would have standing, certainly I would think before the courts. It would depend on what the Constitution ultimately says, obviously, but as matters now stand, or even if there were other changes to it, he would certainly, I would think, have standing to seek an order which would prevent the abortion taking place. But again, I think in terms of the way we were discussing it here, whereby if you had some other system in place, some other investigatory system in place, or decision-making system in place to decide on the veracity or the truthfulness of the complaint, that would probably be one of those circumstances where the alleged perpetrator would be entitled to be heard.
Yeah. Any more questions? There are quite a few.
Yes, thank you. I'm the facilitator for Table 4. We actually had an almost identical question in relation to the split between urban and rural. So I'd like to thank the expert panel for their answers in relation to that. We have one other question and then some, I suppose, feedback. And the question is to Noeline Blackwell, and then second half of that to Dr. Tom O'Malley. The question to Noeline is, why is the Rape Crisis Network a voluntary service and not a statutory body? And then does it get state funding? And then the following on question from that is to Dr. Tom O'Malley is there a legal bar to the state being the provider of the service that the rape crisis networks provide?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you for that question. It's historical, really. It was seen as a need back in the 70s and 80s when there weren't services in place, at that stage only for women, although we now deal with women and men. But it was seen initially that there were no proper services around the same time refuges were being developed for domestic violence, and it was felt that the victims of sexual violence needed somewhere safe to talk, and that's what the Rape Crisis Centres did. We certainly do get statutory funding. About 2/3 of our funding is from the state and 1/3 is from fundraising. So the state helps to provide the service that we deliver, so they make a grant towards it. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Well, I can answer mine very briefly. Yes, the state could have wished. Obviously, provide, as it does. For example, I think Dr. Owen's service is funded ultimately by the state, but so they could. The HSE could provide counselling services, and they do provide some counselling services.
Sorry, can I just add one other thing, though, just about a state service? We believe some people would not contact a state service to tell the things that they tell to us, and that would be particularly the case, for instance, if somebody was reporting sexual violence or assault within the family. If you report it to a state service, you might have that feeling, or people have that feeling, that we're a safer option. We take our legal responsibilities to report on very seriously, but at the same time we are confidential, and people feel that they can, some people feel that they will talk to us when they will talk to no one else.
Of course,
Okay, thank you very much. And then the specific feedback from the table, there was a view held that the Constitution is not necessarily the best place to address rape in the case of a pregnancy due to the difficulty outlined, and that a legislative approach such as that in the UK would be better. For example, under using Section C rather than specifically identifying rape as grounds. So just the view that the law seems to be very slow to change and throws up an awful lot of consequences and issues, and that the, as I said, the Section C provision in the UK may be better placed to deal with it.
Well, that's an interesting observation. It's something we'll have regard to when we're discussing this matter further. We have a long way to go on this in terms of recommendations, a very long way.
This table had, I think, quite a lively discussion arising out of Mr. O'Malley's lecture. And one question, some have been addressed, but one that remains is, if it is the case at present, as you said it is, that if a young person, a young woman of 16 years or younger has sex, a crime is committed, then would it follow that if there were a rape exemption ground, that each young woman 16 years or younger would be able to avail of that because it is clear that a crime has been committed? Do you have any comment on that, Mr. O'Malley?
Yeah, if that's the question, yes. I mean, I understand the question. That would be a big decision that would have to be taken, and it goes back to the key kind of message I have about the very, very important, difficult questions, policy questions that would have to be decided as to when abortion would be available. I suppose in a sense, as I did touch upon in the presentation, it kind of is almost like apt to mislead almost if you talk about it purely in terms of abortion following rape, because there are other sexual offences which can be exploitative in nature but which don't necessarily fall within the legal definition of rape, and the question would then arise as to whether they should be included as well. So it would be a very important fundamental policy question as to, if you were to treat, let's say, if I was to put it in these terms, if you were to think in terms of allowing abortion for a pregnancy that arose from unlawful sexual contact, that would be a very broad category of circumstances indeed, because it would include, for example, saying that a young person under the age of 17 would be entitled to an abortion irrespective of whether she consented or not, which she may have done if it was a case of sexual intercourse with a person within her own age group, perhaps a person she was in a relationship with. That would be very different from saying that you would only allow abortion to take place where the pregnancy resulted from what we would call coercive sex, in other words, where the woman in question or the young woman in question was not consenting. And then likewise, I suppose, in a case where there is sexual intercourse with a woman who is suffering from a severe mental disability or learning difficulty, again, you would have to question if abortion would be available in those circumstances. And again, a difficult question would arise there, because you'd have to have two problems. There are two problems would arise there. First of all, at the criminal level, the question arises, well, does the person in question suffer from that degree of mental disability that she comes within the protected category? And then if such a person did become pregnant, I suppose a difficult decision would have to be made in individual cases to clarify, did she want an abortion? In other words, it may well be that even if she became pregnant, she might not want to have an abortion. So it wouldn't be something that would certainly follow as a matter of course. That's on the assumption, of course, and I'm only saying this, that's on the assumption that a policy decision were made that in some circumstances abortion would be available as a response to sexual violence or sexual abuse.
Very good, thank you. And I've just one question. One member, when we were discussing, when this table was discussing Dr. Yogan's contribution, it would have felt at this table that it was very good that your service offers to take forensic samples even when the patient in your service is not at that time minded to go down a criminal complaint route. But one of the participants at this table observed, queried the 1 year time limit of retention, and this person at this table posited a scenario where a woman might present to you in the context of an abusive relationship, and then some years later manage to get out of that relationship and then seek some time later to pursue that complaint, but then the forensic evidence would no longer be in existence.
And it can be extended in certain circumstances, particularly that type of circumstance, but the patient does have to contact us and tell us that they want us to hold them for another period of time.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah.
I'm the facilitator for Table 8. The citizens here had 2 questions for Tom O'Malley. They're satisfied that you have dealt with the first one in relation to other jurisdictions. So the remaining question is, are you aware of any challenge having been taken in this state on the basis that a pregnancy arising out of a rape should have been the basis for access to abortion within the state?
Personally, I'm not.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm not.
Nor am I, no.
That either. As far as I'm aware, there hasn't been.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, table 11 here.
Yeah.
Hand up for a long
Yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm the facilitator for table 11, and the members at this table have 2 questions for the panel. The first is directed to Dr. Owen. Doctor, is it intended to expand the SAT unit network around the country, as the feeling amongst the members here was that the attendance seemed very low, and that it may be that access was, I know there's 3-hour distance position, but for people who live more rurally, where different types of transport may be more, it's a bigger issue for them, may deter people from actually coming and availing of the services. And the second question is for Mr. O'Malley, and it is this: do current restrictions on abortion in Ireland impede or breach a person's bodily right to integrity and autonomy? Thank you.
So from the point of view of increasing numbers of sexual assault treatment units, I suppose it's a fine balance. If you have a huge number of units, you may have units that don't see very many patients and therefore don't have the expertise and experience to provide those patients with the very best of care. Versus if you have very few units, as there used to be, patients have to travel long distance and it may be a deterrent. And certainly when there was a review done of the services over 10 years ago at this stage, it was found that there were less instances of rape and sexual crime reported on the Western Seaboard and the Midlands, and there were actually no SATUs there. So it was thought that perhaps that might be a deterrent, and therefore there was a recommendation from that there would be an expansion of the services. And subsequent to that, there has been a unit developed in Galway and in Mullingar, and indeed the number of cases reporting is now matching other areas that were previously served with SATUs. So I think you're right that access to an SATU does hopefully prompt reporting, but you do have to balance that the people working in the SATU need sufficient exposure and experience to provide the best of care. So at present there isn't a vision to expand the services significantly, but what you'd hope is to be able to facilitate people to access those units by maintaining them as 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so that you're responsive to the needs of patients. There is also an out-of-hours service in Limerick. So it's under slightly different auspices than our HSE funded services, but there is a service there in Limerick as well, out of hours, who see a small number of patients every year.
The question I was asked is a very big one. I think I can answer it very briefly, though. Yes, there is a right to bodily integrity, which, as I say, was recognised by the courts in the 1960s. It wouldn't be, if you like, an unlimited right. No rights are unlimited. But I think the very fact that, if you like, the regulation of abortion in this country is grounded on a specific provision within the Constitution itself. Don't forget that the 8th Amendment is the basis for the law that we have. So I think if there was a conflict between the two, well, obviously, again, the Constitution requires, that both the right to life of the mother and the right to life of the unborn child have to be balanced. So I wouldn't necessarily, I think obviously it'd be the mother who would be claiming the bodily integrity right, but I think that I don't think the conflict would arise, or I think that, the matter would be decided, or have to be decided in accordance with the provisions of the 8th Amendment.
Yes, I mean, and that's why we're here.
Yeah.
It comes down to that, and on every occasion I bring this, and on every occasion I remind you how important this is. This is the Constitution, and as Tom referred to Article 43(3), and what that says is the state acknowledges the right to life of the unborn, and with due regard to the equal right to life of the mother, guarantees in its laws to respect and, as far as practicable by its laws, to defend and vindicate that right. So really the important thing in the context of the question which has been put to Tom is the acknowledgement of the right to life of the unborn, but with the due regard to the equal right to life of the mother. So the mother's right to bodily integrity would have to be considered in that particular context. So I mean, that really is the source of the problem, if it's a problem, and I'm not saying it is a problem, but the issue we're here to address. Yeah. I'll just take one more question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm the facilitator for Table 9. The members of this table felt that the percentage of miscarriage and stillbirths post-rape was extraordinarily high, and they wanted to know what the percentage was of women who might have experienced some of this due to lack of self-care or deliberate neglect, or even possibly further post-rape assaults upon them. And the second question is, how does the percentage of miscarriages and stillbirths in Dublin correspond to other jurisdictions? And then there's one third final question to Tom O'Malley. Are rape sentences longer in the UK? Thank you.
Will we take them in the order they were given? Yeah.
So it was me, I think, produced those statistics around miscarriages, although you did as well, Maeve. Yeah. So I think actually, Maeve, you're best placed to answer whether it's very high or.
I suppose it's very difficult to say exactly what caused those and why it was that somebody, it may have been the very fact that the pregnancy ended in miscarriage or stillbirth that meant they sought care from Rape Crisis Network, because they were sort of doubly traumatized by the incident that had caused the pregnancy and by the very fact that the pregnancy didn't end in any way happily or in any way as they had planned. But I think, as Nolene has said, those statistics really are only very broad brushstrokes, and I don't think we can draw any definitive conclusions as to how or why the pregnancies ended in that way. And as Nolene has said, they're not necessarily, they don't tease out all the various ramifications of choice that may have been there, but that the patient then ultimately made a decision to either proceed or not proceed with the pregnancy. In terms of how they compare, obviously the statistics are different in places where there is access to termination of pregnancy. So they are different because there are some people who went on to parent their pregnancies, no doubt, in those statistics, who would not have parented children in other jurisdictions. So they are different. But in terms of miscarriage or stillbirth, I don't think we have sufficient evidence to say whether it's any higher here than it.
Tom, what's the comparative position in relation to sentencing in the United Kingdom?
All I could say by way of largely an impression and having looked at it, been kind of having, I suppose, followed it very closely over the years, we're probably on a par with them. It is very, very difficult to draw comparisons because you have to make sure that you're comparing like cases with like. I mean, it's very difficult even to research sentencing patterns or to draw conclusions, if you like, about sentencing patterns even within a single jurisdiction like Ireland. One of the things you have to remember when you're looking at sentences imposed in England, for example, England and Wales, is that most prisoners there have an automatic right of release after they have served one half of their sentence. So sometimes the sentence they're getting might seem quite long. Actually, they're entitled to be released on parole after half the sentence has been served. Now, that generally does not apply to serious sex offences. But I think the general view I would take is that the sentences that we impose for serious sexual crime in this country, by European standards, are probably certainly on the high side in European terms. They are as severe as you will find in other European countries. As I say, we don't have any guidelines at the moment for sexual offences, but one thing that is very important to remember that we do have, and that is that if it is the view of the Director of Public Prosecutions that a sentence imposed for any offence, including a sex offence, is too lenient, then she has the right to refer that sentence to the Court of Appeal, as she frequently does, and the Court of Appeal then is entitled to increase the sentence, as it sometimes does, if it feels that it is too lenient. So I'm not saying the system is perfect, and there will be, I think, a good deal of attention given over the next number of years to the question of trying to maybe have a more guided sentencing system, perhaps for sex offences. But certainly I wouldn't want anyone to go away with the impression that we are generally lenient, or that we are generally lenient by international standards, because I think it's true to say that we are not.
Very good. Well, we've had a very interesting afternoon. We have had a very useful afternoon, and I would ask you to thank our speakers for the help they've given us this afternoon. And for myself, I want to thank the members and the facilitators for their engagement since 9:15 this morning. We have been concentrating on very, very difficult topics, and everybody, as far as I can see from here, has remained engaged, and I'm very, very grateful to you. I hope you have a pleasant evening, and I may see some of you at dinner, and we'll start again tomorrow morning, thankfully at 9:30 rather than at 9:15. And there's just one final matter I have to refer to. I have been warned that even if I know, I am not to indicate the outcome at Murrayfield, but I can truthfully say I don't know.